Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are real, documented experiences, carefully curated and adapted to keep the facts clear and the atmosphere calm enough for sleep. Please like and subscribe and tap the bell to catch each new episode. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then a clean run to the end. Quiet documentary true narration with a literary edge for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. Winter rain isn't like normal rain. It doesn't fall so much as it insists. Cold needles threading into your collar, seeping into your shoes, turning the whole city into a slick reflective bruise. It makes streetlights halo and car headlights smear. It makes you feel watched even when you're alone. I work nights because nights are simple. No meetings, no crowds, no small talk, just empty offices and humming machines that need someone to keep them from dying. I'm maintenance for a downtown business complex. One of those shiny buildings that looks expensive until you're the one crawling behind it, tightening bolts and listening to pipes complain. My life is narrow by choice. Apartment, work, grocery store, repeat. Being an isolated worker means fewer people to disappoint, fewer people to miss you, fewer reasons to be noticed. That's what I believed anyway. The first time I saw the car, it was near the end of my shift. I was outside by the loading dock under the awning, letting the rain drum on metal while I finished a vending machine coffee that tasted like melted pennies. The alley was empty except for the dumpsters and a dark sedan idling at the mouth of the lane. No headlights, no music, just the low, patient thrum of an engine. I couldn't see the driver. The windows were dark and the wet air made everything shine. I told myself it was nothing. Someone waiting for a ride, someone lost, someone hiding from someone else. I went back inside, finished my rounds, and tried not to think about it. At 5:30, the sky started turning that pale, exhausted winter gray. I clocked out, walked to my car in the garage, and pulled into the street. 2 blocks later, the dark sedan slid in behind me. At first, it was just there, a shape in my mirror. Then it stayed through a left I didn't need, a right I didn't mean, and a small detour that should have shaken anyone who wasn't interested. It didn't speed up. It didn't fall back. It held the same distance like it had decided that was where it belonged. I made another turn, sharp, sudden, and watched it mirror me with a calm signal flash. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel until my knuckles ached. I tried to see the plate in the rain blur. I tried to see a face. All I caught was a pale oval where someone's head might have been. And then the sedan rolled forward, steady as a metronome. I pulled into a gas station under harsh white lights, heart hammering. The sedan drove past the entrance without slowing. I sat there longer than I needed to, letting my pulse settle, telling myself I'd imagine the pattern. Winter does that, makes everything feel like a threat, because it wants you inside. When I finally drove the rest of the way home, I took main streets. I kept checking my mirrors. Nothing followed. My apartment complex was a cluster of beige buildings huddled around a courtyard that turned to slush all winter. The security lights flickered when it rained. The stairwells smelled like wet carpet and old cigarettes. I parked in my usual spot near the stairs and went inside. I slept a few hours, woke up to the sound of rain chewing on my window, and tried to shrug off the morning. That evening, I left early for my shift. The cold had teeth. The rain had turned heavier, and the wind pushed it sideways. My hood didn't help much. I reached my car and stopped so fast the breath caught in my throat. A single rose lay on my windshield, perfectly placed, its petals dark red against the wet glass like a small wound. Under the rose was a folded note. My mind scrambled for normal explanations. Prank, wrong car, some weird promotion. But the rose was too deliberate, too intimate. I took the note with stiff fingers and opened it carefully. The handwriting was neat, almost polite. You looked cold this morning. No signature, no smiley face, just that. My stomach tightened, and I looked around the parking lot. Curtains, dark windows, a TV flicker behind one set of blinds. No one standing out there. No footsteps on the stairs. The rain made everything sound far away. I took a photo of the note and the rose, hands shaking slightly. Then I crumpled the paper and stuffed it into my pocket like that could erase it. I yanked the rose off the windshield and threw it into the trash by the stairwell. It landed on top of a soggy pizza box. Petals still perfect. At work, I couldn't focus. Every time I passed a window, I checked the street below. Every time I heard a car door outside, I paused. The building felt too big and too empty, like it had extra room for things that didn't belong. Around 2 in the morning, I stepped outside to check the generator panel at the back dock. Sleet had started tiny hard pellets that snapped against the metal door and stung my cheeks. The city was quieter in sleet, as if it didn't want to disturb whatever was listening. My phone rang. I glanced down and felt the blood drain from my face. The caller ID wasn't a random number. It was my own homeland line. I don't use it, I don't give it out. Half the time I forget it exists. It's just a cheap line included in the lease. A relic jack in the wall. It rang again. I didn't answer. My thumb hovered and refused to move. I listened to the ringtone echo in the cold air, like it belonged to someone else's life. The call stopped. A second later, I got a voicemail notification. I went back inside, into the break room under buzzing fluorescent lights, and sat with my phone on the table like it might bite. When I hit play, I heard static for a moment, soft breathing, close to the receiver, then a sound that made every hair on my arms lift. My apartment's door chime, that cheap little chirp that happens when the front door opens. I know it because it annoys me every single day. Chirp. Then the faint rush of air like a door swinging inward. Then a voice, low and calm, as if the person speaking had all the time in the world. Don't be rude. The message ended. I didn't move. The vending machine hummed. The building's HVAC sighed behind the walls. Outside, sleet rattled against the window like fingernails. My first thought was that someone had broken into my apartment. My second thought was worse, that they'd been inside long enough to make themselves comfortable. I called the police, I kept my voice steady, explained the voicemail. The note, the rose, the car that had followed me. The dispatcher asked if there was forced entry, if I saw anyone, if I felt I was in immediate danger. I said I didn't know, and that felt like the most helpless answer in the world. They said an officer could check when one was available. Winter nights make time stretch, and waiting in that stretched time felt like being pinned. I finished my shift because I couldn't leave the building unlocked, couldn't walk out and abandon everything, couldn't admit that a stranger's patience had redirected my entire life. When dawn came, I drove home with my heart stuck in my throat. I turned onto my street and saw a cruiser near the leasing office, idling. An officer met me by the stairs, rain beating on his hat. His eyes were tired in the way people get when they've seen too many versions of fear. He walked up with me. I unlocked my door. The door chime chirped, loud in the quiet hallway. Inside looked normal. Too normal. Like a staged photo of my own life. I checked the bedroom first. That's where the window faces the courtyard, where the balcony rail is close enough that someone determined could climb. The latch was still locked, but the frame wasn't. Fresh scratches bit into the painted metal around the lock, crescent gouges, as if something thin and hard had been worked into the seam. The rubber seal was slightly peeled back. There were tiny flecks of grit in the track, like the window had been worried at from the outside. I ran my finger over the damage and felt the roughness. The officer leaned in, flashlight steady, and said someone had tried to pry it. Maybe they hadn't gotten it open. Maybe they had and were careful. Rain washes away evidence. He asked if I had anyone who might do this. An ex, a dispute, a neighbor. I told him the truth. I keep to myself. I work nights. I don't have people here. Saying it out loud made it sound like a confession. After the report, after the officer left, I sat in my living room with every light on. The rain tapped at the window like a reminder. I kept hearing my own door chime in my head, over and over, and each time it sounded like permission. That evening, before my shift, I installed a cheap window alarm and wedged a dowel into the track so the window couldn't slide, even if the lock failed. I checked the peephole twice before leaving. I walked to my car with my keys threaded between my fingers because I'd seen people do that in movies, and didn't have anything better. 2 nights passed with nothing. No Rose, no calls, no sedan. That silence didn't calm me. It felt like someone stepping back to admire their work. On the 3rd morning near 6, I left the parking garage and immediately saw the sedan in my mirror. Same shape, same dark windows, same careful distance. A sickness crawled up my spine. I didn't go home. I drove toward the police precinct instead, staying on main roads, under lights, near cameras. The sedan followed through 3 intersections, its presence so consistent it started to feel like part of the road itself. I pulled into the precinct lot hard and parked under a floodlight. I stared into my mirror, willing myself to see something in outline, a plate number, anything. The sedan slowed at the entrance. For one breathless moment, I thought it would come in, that it would follow me right into the light and prove I hadn't imagined anything, that I wasn't just a jittery night worker unraveling from too much cold and too little sleep. But it didn't. It rolled past the lot, turned the corner, and vanished like it had simply decided the game didn't need witnesses. I sat there until my hands stopped shaking. Then I went inside and filed a second report. I showed them the photos. I played the voicemail. They listened, nodded, took notes, procedure, paper, polite sympathy. The kind of response that happens when a threat hasn't turned into a headline yet. When I drove away, I didn't feel safer. I felt marked. That day, I didn't return to my apartment. I went to a storage place and rented the smallest unit they had. I drove back to the complex once midday, when the courtyard was full of wet footprints and normal life, and packed what I could in a hurry. Clothes, important documents, my laptop, a few tools I couldn't replace easily. I left furniture, I left the cheap dishes, I left anything that could be bought again. While I carried boxes down the stairs, I kept expecting to hear my door chime behind me, to feel a presence in the hallway. The building was quiet except for the rain and the distant churn of traffic. I dropped my keys at the leasing office and told the manager I was breaking my lease. He started to argue until he saw my face. I didn't explain everything. I didn't have to. Some people can tell when a story has teeth. That night I checked into a motel on the other side of the city, one with flickering neon and a heater that rattled like it was dying. I parked where I could see my car from the window. I kept the curtains cracked. I slept in short bursts with my phone in my hand. Weeks later, after I'd moved again, farther, quieter, somewhere I'd never driven past on my old routes, I got a piece of mail forwarded from my old address. No return label, just my name in careful handwriting. Inside was a single petal, pressed flat and dry, the color of old blood, and a note. And a note, "You still look cold." I burned it in the sink and watched the ash curl and vanish. I told myself the distance would matter. I told myself the relocation would be enough. But some mornings when winter rain turns the streets into mirrors, I see a dark sedan holding steady behind me through one turn, then 2, then 3, and I don't look long enough to be sure, because the moment I know, the chase begins again, and I'm not sure there's anywhere left to go now. I found the footprints on a Tuesday, the kind of winter morning where the world feels padded by snow and the house feels like a sealed container, heat ticking through the vents, windows edged with frost, everything quiet enough that my own footsteps sounded intrusive. I was carrying laundry down the hallway when I stopped so abruptly. The basket tilted and a shirt slid to the floor. Small muddy prints dotted the runner rug. Not big boot marks, not mine, not an adult's. They were narrow and close together, like someone had tried to step lightly. The mud looked fresh, still dark and damp, and it didn't spread beyond the prints. No drips, no trail, just a neat little line starting near the front hall closet and fading out by the linen cabinet. I crouched and touched one with 2 fingers. Cold mud, wet, smelled like wet earth and old leaves. the kind you only notice when snow melts and reveals what's been hiding underneath. I stood up and did what I always do. I tried to make it make sense. Maybe I'd tracked in slush and somehow didn't notice. Maybe a draft had pushed something under the rug. Maybe the snow outside had melted enough to seep somewhere I hadn't checked. But the entryway mat was dry. My boots were in the closet. The front door was locked, chain latch like always, and I live alone. I cleaned the prints with a paper towel and disinfectant, scrubbing until the rug fibers looked bruised. Then I stared at the blank hallway like it had betrayed me, and I told myself the only thing a skeptical person can. Winter makes houses weird. That night I checked my locks twice anyway. The next morning I walked into my kitchen and felt my stomach drop. Every cabinet door was open. Not one or two. All of them. Upper cabinets, lower cabinets, the pantry, the narrow one I keep baking sheets in. Everything gaped at me like the room had yawned and never closed its mouth. It looked staged, unreal, like I'd walked into a photograph labeled before. I stood there, listening. The refrigerator hummed. The furnace breathed. The house settled with soft creaks. Outside, wind scratched at the siding. I started closing the doors, one by one, trying to convince myself I'd left them like that. Sleepwalking, maybe. A half-remembered late-night snack. But I don't sleepwalk. I don't forget whole rooms. When I closed the pantry, I noticed the cereal box was shifted forward, the rice bag tilted wrong, and the peanut butter jar had moved shelves. Little changes. Exactly the kind that make you doubt your own memory. Then I saw a smear low on the inside of the pantry door. Brown and gritty. Mud again. That was the moment my explanation stopped sounding responsible and started sounding desperate. I checked every door and window in the house. Deadbolts, latches, basement window. The little bathroom window I'd sealed shut with fresh caulk. The garage door. Nothing was broken. Nothing was forced. The house looked intact, solid, mine, but something had been inside. I went to my office and pulled up my security camera feed. I'd installed a motion-activated camera in the living room months ago, after a rash of car break-ins on our street. It wasn't paranoia, just precaution. A quiet insurance policy against the unknown. The event log showed motion at 2:13 a.m. My throat went tight as I clicked the clip. The living room appeared in night vision gray. Couch, coffee table, the corner of the entryway. For a few seconds, nothing moved. The camera adjusted, brightening slightly. Then a shape slid into frame. Low, like someone crawling. It rose part way, close to the lens, and the image warped in that fisheye way cameras do at short range. For one terrible second, the face turned toward the camera. A distorted face. Not a clear picture. More like a smudged reflection pressed too close. Dark holes where eyes should be. A mouth opened into blur. Something wet clinging to hair or skin. The camera struggled to resolve it, flickering between sharp and smeared. Then the figure moved away, hugging the floor, and disappeared toward the kitchen. The clip ended. I watched it again, and again. Each time my brain begged the distortion to resolve into something harmless. A hoodie, a hat, a prank mask. But it didn't become harmless. It stayed exactly what it was. A person in my house while I slept. I scrolled back through older clips. More motion alerts. Not every night, but enough to make me feel sick. Quick flickers in the hallway. A brief shadow near the kitchen doorway. Always late, always low. This wasn't a one-time mistake. This was a pattern. I called the non-emergency police line, forcing myself to describe it like a list. Footprints, cabinets, camera footage. No signs of forced entry. The dispatcher didn't laugh. She asked if I was safe, if anyone was with me, if the doors were locked. Her calm voice made it worse, because it confirmed I wasn't being dramatic. I was being realistic. 2 officers arrived while the sun was still up, their cruiser lights spilling blue-white across my snow-covered lawn. They walked through the house with professional patience, checking windows, tugging at locks, looking at my camera footage on my laptop. One officer leaned in at the distorted face and exhaled through his nose. "That's someone," he said. Could be lens distortion, but someone's inside. They searched the obvious places: closets, underbeds, behind shower curtains. They went into the basement together. I hovered at the stairs, wishing my own home didn't suddenly feel like unfamiliar territory. When they came back up, one of them asked, "Do you have a crawl space?" I blinked. "No, the basement's finished." He nodded like he'd heard that before. Sometimes there's still voids, under bump outs, utility chases, little spaces people forget exist. My kitchen had a bump out and added breakfast nook extending past the original foundation line. I'd never thought about what sat beneath it besides concrete and dirt. We went back down. In the storage room behind the water heater, the officer ran his flashlight along the baseboard where the bump out wall met the floor. The beam caught a thin dark line. Dirt. Not gray dust. Brown, damp looking. The same color as the hallway prints. He crouched, pressed 2 fingers to the edge, then traced the line to a spot where the baseboard didn't sit flush. A nail head sat slightly lifted, like someone had pried it before and tried to hide it. The officer straightened. His voice changed. "We need a supervisor before we open anything." A sergeant arrived. Older, calm in a way that made my nerves tighten. He listened, watched the footage, studied the dirt line. Then he nodded once and told them to open the wall carefully. Hearing a saw buzz against my basement drywall felt like hearing a knife scrape a plate. Wrong, invasive, personal. They cut a neat rectangle and pulled it free. Behind it was not insulation. It was darkness, and it smelled warm, sour, thick, like a closed dumpster in summer, except it had been hiding in my winter house. The smell hit the back of my throat and made my eyes sting. The sergeant angled a flashlight into the void. The beam revealed a shallow space under the bump out, maybe 2 to 3 feet high at most. Dirt floor, packed down in places like something had laid there. Scraps of plastic, a torn piece of fabric, a crumpled fast food wrapper, an empty lighter, a bottle with cloudy water, and in the far corner, a dark mound that wasn't dirt, recent biological waste. My stomach rolled. I had to grab the edge of the water heater to steady myself. This wasn't a raccoon. This wasn't a draft. This was a person living inside the structure of my home. The sergeant spoke toward the opening, voice firm. "Police. If you're in there, come out with your hands visible." Silence. The officers didn't crawl in right away. They fed a pole camera into the gap, watching a small screen. I watched their faces instead. How their eyes narrowed. How their shoulders tightened. "Someone's in there," the sergeant said. "Ma'am, stay back." A flashlight beam jittered inside the void. One officer lowered to his stomach and eased his shoulders through the opening, another anchoring him by the belt. The house felt suddenly too quiet, like it was holding its breath. Then movement fast and low. The officer jerked backward, scrambling out, and a human shape surged toward the opening like a startled animal lunging for daylight. It was a man. Thin, filthy, hair matted flat with grime, skin grayish under the dirt. He moved on elbows and knees, eyes wide and shining in the flashlight glare. He didn't speak. He didn't plead. He just tried to squeeze past the officer into my basement. They caught him at the shoulders. In the struggle, his hand slapped the concrete, leaving a wet brown print. Mud caked his fingers, and something darker smeared the floor as he dragged. They pinned him and cuffed him quickly. Practiced and careful. He thrashed in short, silent bursts, then went limp, breathing hard through cracked lips. An officer asked his name. The man stared past them at the water heater like it was a doorway to another place. They led him upstairs. I followed at a distance, numb, my brain struggling to accept that my home had been shared without my consent. In the kitchen, the man's gaze flicked to the cabinets. I understood, with a cold jolt, why they'd all been open. He'd been searching for food in the dark. Opening everything, maybe doing it fast, maybe doing it while listening for my breathing upstairs. The distorted face from the camera wasn't supernatural at all. It was just too close to the lens. Winter-dim night vision turning a human into something wrong. Outside, the officers checked the foundation near the bump out, half buried in snow. A low vent cover sat crooked, one screw hung loose. The edge had been pried just enough to make a gap. Dark mud stained the snow beneath it. That vent had been my house's blind spot. The small, forgotten place nobody thinks to check. He'd found it. He'd used it, over and over, when the officers finally left with him in the back of the cruiser. The neighborhood looked the same as it always did. Quiet street, white lawns, smoke curling from chimneys. But my house felt altered, not damaged, violated, like the walls had learned a new secret and would never unlearn it. That night I turned on every light and sat on my couch with my phone in my hand, staring at the hallway rug I'd scrubbed clean, listening to the vents tick and the winter wind tap at the windows like it still wanted in. And I realized the worst part wasn't that someone had been hiding in my home. It was that he'd been close enough to leave footprints, close enough to open my cabinets, close enough to look up at my camera, and close enough that if I'd woken up at the wrong moment, I might have seen that face without the distortion, staring back at me in the dark, smiling like it belonged there. Snow makes the world smaller. It swallows the edges of things, ditches, fences, distance, and it quiets the engine until every little sound in the cabin feels too loud. My breath rasped my scarf. The heater blew lukewarm air that smelled like dusty plastic. Outside, fog pooled over the road like something poured from a bucket, and my headlights could only carve a short, pale tunnel through it. I wasn't doing anything dramatic. I was just trying to get home. I'd stayed late at work, then taken the highway the way I always did. Same exits, same tired billboards, same stretch where the signal drops and your phone becomes a shiny paperweight. By the time the last bar disappeared, the night had settled in completely. Black sky, white ground, gray air. Then the closure appeared. Not gradually, not with warning miles back. Just barricades and cones shoved across the highway lane, like someone had changed their mind halfway through setting it up. A big orange sign leaned at an angle. Road closed ahead. Under it, zip-tied to the metal frame, was a flap of cardboard with a thick black arrow and a message scrawled in marker. Detour row? Old Mill RD. The handwriting looked hurried, angry, almost. The arrow was heavy enough that the marker ink had bled through and wrinkled the cardboard. I slowed to a crawl and stared into the fog beyond the barricades, looking for a deputy car, a work truck, anything official. No flashing lights, no reflective vests, no rumble of machinery, just emptiness. My first instinct was to turn around. My second was to not waste time doing it, because the road behind me was narrow and slick, and I was tired, and the only offered solution, Old Mill Road, was right there, pointing like a finger. So I took it. The exit dumped me onto a back road that instantly felt wrong. Not because it was unfamiliar, but because it felt unused. Snow lay thick across it, packed down in the middle by earlier tires and untouched at the edges. The trees crowded close, branches drooping with ice, and the fog made the woods feel deeper than they should have been. Half a mile in, I saw another sign. Not printed. Cardboard again. Marker again. Same thick arrow. I swallowed and kept going. The road turned and dipped. My tires hissed and crunched. The fog thickened in the low spots and thinned on the rises, like the land was breathing. Every few minutes, another handmade detour arrow appeared on a stake, guiding me farther away from anything that looked like a town. I tried my phone again. Still no service, no map. Just a blue dot floating over nothing. Fine, I muttered like the road could hear me. Just get me back to something paved. That's when the trees opened up. A field spread out on my right, flat and blanketed in snow. The fence line half buried. The fog sat low over it, and in the wash of my headlights I saw dark shapes standing out there. At first I thought they were hay bales. Then my brain caught up and my stomach went tight. They were people. A group, maybe 15, maybe 20, spaced out across the field in a wide, loose arc, all facing the road. They didn't move. Not one of them shifted or waved or lifted a light. They just stood there in winter coats like mannequins in a frozen display. My hands clenched on the steering wheel, so hard my fingers ached. I drove past without slowing any more than I had to. I kept my eyes on the road, but the field stayed in my peripheral vision like a bruise. Their silhouettes didn't react to my headlights at all. They didn't even flinch. When the last figure vanished behind me, the back of my neck prickled with the certainty that if I looked in the mirror, I'd see them moving. I didn't look. The road narrowed again, pulling me back into trees. The detour arrows kept appearing. Always the same handwriting, always pointing me deeper. I started searching for any place to turn around. Driveways, wide shoulders, a break in the snowbank, but the ditches were deep and the shoulders were soft. The back road felt like it had been designed to punish indecision. Then my headlights caught a vehicle ahead. An SUV angled partly into the lane like it had slid and been abandoned. No hazards, no dome light. The windows were dark. I slowed, heart thumping. A stopped car on a winter road is usually bad luck, but it's also usually a person who needs help. I leaned forward, scanning for someone waving from the side. A figure by the ditch. Anything. Nothing. As I crept around the SUV, movement blossomed out of the fog. People stepped into the road from both sides. Quiet, smooth, coordinated, like they'd been waiting just beyond the reach of my lights. In seconds, my car was surrounded, and every one of them wore an animal mask. A deer with antlers, a boar with a blunt snout, a rabbit face with long ears, a fox, sharp and pale, something bird-like with a hooked beak. The masks were rigid and realistic, the eye holes dark. Their winter coats and boots made them look normal from the neck down, which somehow made the masks worse. One of them. Deer moved in front of my hood and lifted both hands. Palms out, the universal signal for stop. The gesture was calm, patient. I hit the door locks. The click sounded tiny inside the car. A gloved hand pressed flat against my driver's window. Not banging, testing. Another hand slid along the passenger door like it was feeling for a handle. They didn't shout. They didn't speak at all. My breath came fast. I could feel my pulse in my teeth. Everything in me screamed that if I stopped, if I opened a window, if I gave them a conversation, it would become a negotiation I couldn't win. So I didn't stop. I eased forward, slowly at first, letting the car creep like I was proving I wouldn't be bullied by bodies in the road. The deer mask stepped backward, still holding its hands up, still calm. The others shifted with it, parting just enough to let my hood slide through. They let me go, not like I'd escaped, like they'd released me. And that's when the shape of it clicked in my head. Those handmade arrows, the closure, the field of silent people, this road that offered no easy turnarounds. It wasn't random, it was a funnel. A set of hands steering me without touching the wheel. I pressed the accelerator harder. In my mirror, their masked heads didn't track me like curious onlookers. They tracked me like a team watching a plan progress. The fog swallowed them behind the trees. Then, for a few seconds, I convinced myself that was it. That the sight of a moving car was the thrill. The whole point, some winter cult game played on back roads. Then the road straightened, and something stretched across it. A beam laid low and dark from shoulder to shoulder, dusted with snow. In my headlights, metal points flashed, spikes protruding upward at an angle. A tire killer. My brain went cold and blank. My body acted first. I yanked the wheel right, aiming for the sliver of shoulder where the snowbank dipped. The car skidded, rear end swinging out, tires searching for grip. For one terrifying heartbeat, I felt the drop of the ditch tugging at me, ready to swallow the right side whole. I corrected hard, hands fighting the wheel, and the car jolted over uneven packed snow. Something scraped underneath plastic maybe, or ice, and the whole frame shuddered. Then I was past it. The spikes flickered under my headlights like teeth. I cleared the barrier by inches, close enough that I saw the frost clinging to the metal. I didn't slow down. I couldn't. If my tires had gone, I would have been stuck right there in the fog with a beam of spikes behind me, and whatever was waiting ahead. I accelerated until the engine whined. In the rearview mirror, headlights bloomed. bright and low, cutting through the fog with purpose. A vehicle had started up behind me, fast enough to make the distance shrink. They weren't trying to pass. They were trying to keep me moving where they wanted me. The road twisted. I took the corners too fast, tires slipping and catching, my stomach lurching every time the car drifted toward the snowbank. The fog made everything feel close and claustrophobic, like the woods were leaning in to listen. Another handwritten sign loomed at a fork, arrow pointing left. The left road looked narrower, darker, swallowed by trees. The right road was slightly wider, with a row of utility poles fading into the haze like a stitched scene. I went right. Funny thing, out there they hanged. Tals moed mutt. I went right, I banged in auf Wortkob. The headlights behind me hesitated, then swung right too. My phone flickered. One bar appeared, then two. The screen stuttered as if it was waking up. I stabbed the call button and dialed 911. It rang once, then connected with a crackle. I gave the dispatcher the only landmarks I had. Back road off the highway closure. Detour says Old Mill. Fog. Winter field. People in masks. Someone chasing me. There was a spiked barrier on the road. My voice too fast and too sharp. She asked for my location. I told her I didn't know. I told her I was following utility poles and praying for a sign. The headlights behind me flared closer, and for a split second I saw the outline of the vehicle. A dark shape, tall, like the SUV I'd passed. My throat tightened. I kept talking anyway, because the sound of another human voice, even a distant one, was the only thing keeping the night from swallowing me whole. Then, ahead through the fog, a warm amber glow appeared. A gas station. Not big, not bright. Just an island of light and cheap signage in a sea of gray. The lot was plowed, and the pumps stood like stiff sentries. I aimed for it like I'd spotted land after treading water. As I turned in, the pursuing headlights slowed at the entrance. And by themward that. The idste pelekar did no occur. As we cat in our baker vord, that's where said me and that. They stayed on the road. They stared into the lot for a long, horrible moment. Two beams of white light pressed against the station's warm glow. Then they pivoted away and vanished back into the fog like they'd never been there at all. I parked crooked near the door and stumbled inside, leaving the engine running. The bell over the entrance chimed, bright and ridiculous. The clerk behind the counter looked up slowly, eyes narrowing the way people's eyes do when they're deciding if you're danger or just desperate. I must have looked like something dragged out of a storm. Red-faced, shaking, snow crusted along my boots. I need the police, I said, voice thin. Now. He didn't argue. He just slid his landline toward me like he'd done it before. I called again, gave the dispatcher the station name off a faded sign. And this time she sounded sharper, more focused. She told me units were en route. She told me to stay inside. She told me not to go back out to the car. I sat on the edge of a plastic chair by the coffee machine and tried to stop shaking. The clerk didn't ask questions. He just kept glancing at the windows, like he didn't want to see what might be watching from the fog beyond the pumps. When the first deputy arrived, the patrol lights painted the snow outside in frantic colors. A second pulled in behind him. They came inside with that calm, controlled posture people wear when they've already accepted the night might be ugly. I told them everything. The closure, the handwritten detour signs, the people standing motionless in the field, the masks, the way they surrounded my car without speaking, the spike barrier, the chase. One deputy's jaw tightened when I mentioned the spikes. He exchanged a look with the other like that detail clicked into a file already open in their heads. They walked me out to my car and shined flashlights over the tires and under the frame. One of them crouched near the right side and pointed at a fresh scrape along the underside. He photographed it without comment. Then he told me they'd escort me home. The drive back was a blur of patrol lights ahead of me, and my own headlights on the snow. The fog thinned as we got closer to town. Street lights returned. Houses appeared. The world slowly remembered it was inhabited. In my driveway, the deputy waited until I was inside with the door locked before he left. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that field. Dark figures standing perfectly still, spaced like a pattern, like markers on a map. Like the first quiet proof that the detour wasn't meant to help anyone get around to closure. It was meant to bring someone like me exactly where they wanted. The next afternoon, curiosity got the better of me. I checked local updates, hoping for a headline about arrests or road hazards removed. There was nothing public, nothing official, just a few neighborhood posts about strange signs and backroad weirdos. The kind of thing people laugh off because the alternative is admitting that coordinated traps can exist in places you thought were empty. I told myself the deputies handled it. I told myself they found the barrier, found the masks, found the SUV. But late that night, my phone buzzed with a single message from an unknown number. No greeting, no name, just a photo, a handwritten detour sign on cardboard, thick black marker, a heavy arrow, and beneath it, in the same angry handwriting, next time. Stop. The first time the cold went through my jeans, I laughed like it was a dare. That was my problem when I moved here. I kept treating everything like it was temporary, like I could just grit my teeth for a week or two and then the city would soften up, or I'd find my rhythm, or winter would admit it had made its point. I relocated 2 weeks after my 19th birthday for personal reasons I don't advertise. Nothing cinematic, just life doing what it does, pushing you out of one place and into another before you're ready. Back home, winter meant wet sidewalks and the occasional snow day. Here, winter meant the air was a thing with weight. The cold didn't sit on your skin, it invaded. My apartment was what I could afford. A room over a closed bar in a neighborhood where the streetlights flickered like they were tired of trying. The landlord called it up and coming, which felt like a joke told with a straight face. The radiator worked when it felt like it. The windows frosted from the inside. The floorboards stayed so cold they seemed damp even when they weren't. My job was at a big retail chain in the urban district. Bright lights, cheap music, aisles of plastic and discounts. I stocked shelves, folded sweaters that pilled in your hands, cleaned up spills that turned into sticky stains. It wasn't glamorous, but it was work, and work was the only thing that made the move feel like it had a direction. The commute became my routine and my punishment. Every morning I woke up before dawn, because the bus schedule was more of a suggestion than a promise. I dressed in layers that never felt like enough. 2 pairs of socks, hoodie under my jacket, gloves that looked thick until wind found the seams. I'd stand in my tiny kitchen and watch my breath fog the air, while the space heater clicked on and off like a nervous habit. Outside, the neighborhood looked worn down by years, and then finished off by winter. Snow piled against curbs until the streets narrowed. Sidewalks became a mix of glare ice and gritty salt. You didn't walk normally. You walked like someone who didn't trust the ground. The bus stop was a pole, a sign, and a bench that was always too cold to sit on. I stood and shifted my weight, watching the road. The wind moved through the street like it owned it. Some mornings it was so sharp it felt like it had an edge. The people waiting with me rarely talked. Everyone was bundled, eyes half-lidded, conserving energy, retail uniforms under coats, construction boots, backpacks with torn straps. A woman with a kid leaned against her, both of them still half asleep. A man held a paper coffee cup like it was a hand warmer instead of a drink. When the bus finally came, it exhaled diesel and heat through the doors. Getting inside felt like survival. The heater blew hot at your shins while your shoulders stayed cold. The windows fogged. The floor went slick with slush. I learned the route by landmarks instead of street names. The boarded storefront with a faded barber pole. The mural of a bright summer that didn't belong in this climate. The vacant lot where snow drifted around broken glass. The industrial strip where the wind had nothing to slow it. I wasn't prepared for how expensive cold is. Not just money, though. That too. Gloves that actually block wind. Socks that don't let your toes go numb. A hat that covers your ears without leaving gaps. It felt like every paycheck immediately turned into a list of things I needed just to stay functional. Rent. Utilities. bus fare, food, then more layers, then more heat, and if you didn't have the money, you adapted anyway, or you suffered. A guy in my building named Mr. Harrow made that part impossible to ignore. He was older, late 60s maybe, and he moved like his bones were negotiating each step. He wore the same fraying coat every day, thin at the elbows, collar flattened from years. His cheeks stayed red from exposure, not health. His hands trembled when he worked his keys. One morning I saw him in the hallway, leaning hard against the wall, breathing through his mouth. The building heat was out again. I could see my breath indoors. His lips looked pale, stretched tight like the cold had tried to shrink his face. That night, the space heater in my room worked overtime, clicking like a metronome. I lay under 2 blankets with my hoodie up and still couldn't get fully warm. My toes burned with cold, not numbe, like pain was the only thing that could prove they were still there. My friend Mason texted me from back home, "Layer, keep your phone charged, don't trust bus schedules in storms." He meant well. He'd grown up around harsher weather. He talked about cold like it was something you could outsmart. I told him I was fine, because I didn't want to sound weak in a city that already made me feel small. Then came the day the bus broke down. It wasn't even snowing. The sky was clear and colorless, like metal, cold. Like that feels personal, like the world chose it on purpose. The air stung my lungs. My eyelashes tried to stick together when I blinked. At the stop, the bus ran late. 5 minutes, 10, 20. Wind forced itself through my jacket seams and found my skin with surgical accuracy. My fingers hurt inside my gloves. I kept flexing them, trying to convince my hands to stay mine. When the bus finally rolled up, I climbed inside too fast, grateful for warmth that barely existed. People were quiet, heads down, eyes forward. We were all trying to get somewhere. We were all trying to stay employed. That's what the commute was, a daily bargain with the weather. Halfway to the retail district, the bus slowed. The engine changed pitch. The driver eased it to the curb near a stretch of warehouses and chain-link fence. The interior lights flickered once. Then we stopped. At first, there was still heat, thin but present. After a few minutes, the warmth started to bleed away like water draining. The cold crept in through the floor and the doors and the fogged windows. The air turned damp from our breath. The driver stood, muttered into his radio, and tapped at the front panel. He opened the door once to check something, and the outside air punched through the aisle. Everyone flinched at the same time like a single organism reacting. We waited. We all did the same small things. Rub hands, stamp feet, pull hats down, tuck chins deeper into scarves. The longer you sit still and cold like that, the more your body makes decisions without you. It starts shutting down what it can spare. My toes went numb, not tingly gone, like someone had flipped a switch. I pressed my feet into the floor, trying to create friction, trying to force warmth back into them. My knees began to ache. My fingers stiffened until it hurt to bend them. Finally, the driver said we had to get off and walk to the next stop because another bus might come there. Might. That word did a lot of work. Stepping outside felt like punishment for needing a job. The wind cut cleanly across the road. Snow skittered in thin sheets over the asphalt. It didn't look like a storm. It looked like the city's default setting. We walked in a loose line along the shoulder boots, crunching, heads down. Cars passed slowly, drivers staring straight ahead, not meeting our eyes. My face hurt. My ears hurt. My nose ran instantly, then felt like it might freeze. I kept moving because stopping felt dangerous. When we reached the next stop, it was just a sign on a pole half buried in snow. No shelter, no bench, just a patch of sidewalk that had been trampled into ice. This part of town looked even rougher. More boarded windows, more peeling paint, more trash trapped in snowbanks. A stray dog trotted along the far side of the street, ribs faintly visible under dull fur. A man stood in a doorway, smoking, his breath and smoke mixing into the same gray cloud. We waited again. My shivering turned violent, teeth clicking. My hands felt numb and painfully sensitive at the same time, like they couldn't decide what they were. I tried checking my phone and the screen lagged from cold. The battery dropped fast. I shoved it back into my pocket to keep it alive. A bus finally came. Different line, weaker heat, but moving. We boarded like it was a lifeboat. I sat and shoved my hands under my thighs for warmth. As my feet started to thaw, pain stabbed upward, deep and pulsing. My eyes watered, and I stared at the floor until it eased into something bearable. I arrived at work late. Beyond, my manager glanced at the clock and gave me that look. Eyebrows pinched, mouth tight like lateness was a character flaw. I apologized because explaining wouldn't change anything. I clocked in and went straight to unloading boxes. Hands clumsy, mind foggy, trying to make my fingers obey. Under bright store lights you'd think the world was easier, but the cold follows you in. Customers tramped slush across the floor. Salt stains bloomed on the entry mats. People complained about prices, about lines, about how the shelves looked messy. They complained like comfort was something they were owed. My break came, and I went to the restroom and stared at my face in the mirror. Cheeks blotchy, nose pale at the tip, lips cracked. I didn't look tough. I looked like someone being worn down. When my shift ended, it was already dark again. That was another lesson here. Winter steals daylight early, leaving you with more cold hours than you feel like you can afford. The bus ride home was quiet. Everyone looked tired in the same way. Shoulders slumped, eyes unfocused. The city passed outside the windows like a video on loop. Dim blocks, snow piled against fences, lights blurred by frost. At my stop, I walked the last few blocks through my neighborhood. The streetlights buzzed. Snow squeaked under my shoes. My legs felt heavy. Every breath came out loud in my ears. Near my building, Mr. Harrow was outside again, hunched at the front door, fumbling with his keys. His shoulders shook. He wasn't doing it for drama. He was doing it because his body couldn't stop. I climbed the steps and held the door open. He shuffled inside and leaned against the hallway wall, breathing shallowly. The building was cold enough that our breath still showed indoors. His eyes were watery, unfocused, fixed on nothing. He muttered something about the heat. I didn't have an answer. Neither of us did. I just stood there for a second, feeling the shape of the problem. Cold plus poverty equals a kind of slow violence that nobody calls violence because it doesn't happen all at once. In my apartment, I peeled off layers and stood still, listening to the space heater click. My fingers were red and swollen. My skin felt tight across my knuckles. I stared at the window where frost spread in branching patterns from the corners, and I finally understood something I'd been resisting since I arrived. Adaptation isn't a moment. It's a routine. It's endurance. It's waking up when it's still dark, layering up, walking carefully, waiting for a bus that might not come, showing up anyway, taking the hit, and doing it again the next day because you don't have the luxury of stopping. I didn't feel brave. I didn't feel ready. I just felt present, still here, still standing, still able to move through it. Tomorrow I'd do it all again. The bus stop, the wind, the neighborhood, the bright store lights, the long ride back. Not because it would get easier fast, but because this was what my life looked like now, and if I was going to survive it, I had to keep going. One commute at a time until winter loosened its grip, or I learned to live inside it. Still. We picked the loop because it was supposed to be safe. A simple winter trail inside the national park. Packed snow, clear sky, late afternoon light, an overlook, and back to the car before sunset. My wife wanted photos of the valley. My son wanted to stomp his boots into drifts and pretend he was an explorer. I wanted what I always want in places like that. My family close enough that I could count heads without turning. The cold was clean, almost polite. No wind, just pine scent and the soft squeak of boots. The world looked preserved, like the park had been sealed under glass. Even the silence felt curated. We rounded a bend and the trees opened onto a meadow. Sunlight hit the snow so hard it hurt my eyes. That's when my wife slowed and said, "Do you see him?" At first, I saw only a figure near the far tree line. A man standing too still, arms close to his sides. Then the details caught up. He wasn't dressed for hiking, not modern hiking. He wore a long wool coat with patched elbows, dark trousers, and an ear-flap hat that sat awkwardly on his head. No pack, no bright fabric, no poles. Everything about him looked old, like he'd stepped out of a faded photograph and didn't realize the colors had changed. The strangest part wasn't the outfit, it was the snow. The meadow's surface was mostly unmarked. Some animal tracks, a few wind ripples, and our own prints near the trail. But there were no boot tracks leading to him, no churned path, no sign he'd crossed the open space at all. I pulled my son closer by the shoulder. "Stay with me," I murmured. The man turned his head slightly, and I felt his attention lock onto us. He didn't wave, didn't call out. He just watched, as if waiting for something he expected us to do. Then he started walking, not briskly, not like someone approaching to ask a question, more like he was being drawn forward by an invisible thread. His steps looked wrong, too smooth for off-trail snow. He moved across the meadow without sinking, without fighting the crust, without leaving obvious marks behind him. My wife whispered, "Maybe he's lost." "Or freezing," I said, though the words didn't comfort me. Hypothermia makes people act strange. I knew that. I'd read the signs at trailheads, but this felt different, like the wrongness wasn't behavior, it was physics. Before I could decide whether to call out, 2 other hikers came around the bend behind us, a couple in bright jackets with trekking poles. They slowed the moment they saw him, and I watched their expressions do the same thing ours had done. Confusion, then wariness, then a hard defensive focus. The couple drifted closer to us without fully admitting they were doing it. The man's partner kept glancing back down the trail, then back to the meadow, as if she expected the figure to appear behind them again. The man in the couple spoke quickly, breathless. "He's been back there for a while," he said, nodding toward the wool-coated stranger. "Not right on us, but always there." We stopped twice to let him pass. He didn't. We sped up. He kept the same distance. My wife's mouth tightened. "You think he was following you?" The couple didn't want to say it, but their faces did. The woman nodded once, small and sharp, and then my son, who had been quiet, unusually quiet, tugged my sleeve hard. "Dad," he whispered. "What?" I kept my eyes on the stranger, but my body went instantly alert in that parent way that doesn't require permission. My son pointed into the trees on the right side of the meadow. "He's there." I turned my head. There was nothing but trunks, shadow, and snow. No movement, no shape, no color that didn't belong. "I don't see anyone," I said. My son's finger didn't waver. His face tightened like he was frustrated with me, like I was refusing to look properly. "He's behind the tree," he insisted. "The other one." My wife crouched beside him. "Sweetie." "Who?" "The one that's cold," my son said, and his voice dropped even lower. "He's trying to show him." I glanced back at the wool-coated stranger. He had stopped walking. His head was angled toward the exact patch of trees my son was pointing at. His expression blank before shifted into something that made my stomach drop. Not anger, not confusion, recognition, like he could see what we couldn't. The couple behind us went silent. The woman clutched her trekking pole with both hands. The man took a half step closer to my shoulder, as if we were suddenly a unit. I made a decision then, the way parents do, not a careful choice, but a reflex. I positioned myself between my son and the stranger. I kept my voice steady. "You okay?" I called, palm slightly raised, a harmless gesture. "Do you need help?" The stranger stared at my hand like it was a language he'd forgotten. His mouth opened a fraction. Nothing came out. Then, very deliberately, he stepped off the packed trail and into the meadow again, toward the trees my son had indicated. He moved too easily. If you've ever stepped off trail in winter, you know the resistance. The way snow grabs your boots. The way your weight breaks crust. The way each step becomes an argument. He didn't argue with the snow at all. He drifted through it like he was crossing something firm only he could feel. My wife made a small sound, half warning, half plea. "Let's go," she whispered. The couple didn't argue. None of us wanted to be near whatever this was becoming. I gripped my son's hand and started down the trail. Not running. Running is how kids fall and get hurt, but moving fast enough that my breath turned harsh. Behind us, the stranger continued toward the trees. I didn't look back at first. I told myself looking back would turn my fear into something real, but I looked anyway. He was almost to the tree line. The sun had sunk lower, and the shadows between trunks were deepening into a blue-black that didn't feel like ordinary shade. The stranger paused at the edge, as if hesitating at a threshold. Then he tilted his head slightly, like someone listening, and he stepped into the trees. For one strange second, I thought I saw a second shape there, a faint outline tucked behind a trunk, thinner than smoke, almost the color of air. But when I blinked, it was gone. My son squeezed my hand so hard it hurt. "He's going the wrong way," my son whispered. "He always goes the wrong way." I didn't ask what he meant. I didn't want the answer. I wanted my family in the car with the doors locked and the heater blasting. We reached the parking area as the light shifted into that brief, beautiful winter gold right before the sun drops. Cars sat in neat rows, mundane and reassuring. The kiosk map looked harmless again. The world tried to pretend nothing happened. The couple arrived a moment later, faces tight. The man leaned toward my window as I was loading my son into the back seat. "We're going to the visitor center," he said. "Tell a ranger, that guy, something's off. He might be in trouble, or he might—" He cut himself off, not wanting to say the word stalking again. My wife looked at me. I looked at my son, who was staring past the lot toward the tree line, unblinking. "I'm leaving," I said, and hated myself for how relieved I felt saying it. "I'm sorry." The couple drove off toward the visitor center. I turned the opposite way and headed toward the park exit. In the rearview mirror, the meadow was already fading into dusk, the tree line becoming a single dark band. That night, my son woke up crying. Not screaming. Crying the way kids cry when they've seen something they can't fit into their world. I sat on the edge of his bed while my wife rubbed his back. He didn't have a face. My son whispered into his pillow. "Who didn't?" My wife asked gently. "The cold one," my son said. "He's been there a long time. He wanted to go home, but he can't remember where home is. He was showing the coat man, but the coat man keeps trying again. He keeps doing it again." "Doing what again?" I asked before I could stop myself. My son turned his head and looked at me with absolute seriousness. "Leaving before dark," he said. "He leaves before dark, and then it's not before dark anymore." I told myself it was a nightmare, a kid's brain chewing on a scary moment. I told myself the stranger was real and lost, and my son's mind had decorated the experience with invisible helpers the way children do. The next morning, I called the park line and described what we'd seen. Meadow, time, old-style coat, odd behavior. The person on the phone asked the usual questions. Did he threaten you? Did he have a weapon? Did he seem injured? I answered no, and I don't know. There was a pause that felt like judgment. "We'll check the area," she said. "Winter conditions complicate searches. If you see him again, notify a ranger immediately." I didn't plan on seeing him again. I didn't plan on coming back at all. Weeks turned into months. Snow softened. Trails reopened. My wife stopped bringing it up out loud, but I could tell she still replayed it. The way you see someone in an odd hat at a gas station, and your brain flashes back to a tree line at dusk. Then, in early spring, I got a call from an unfamiliar number. A park investigator. His voice was careful, professional, and already tired. They had found remains, not far from the meadow, down in a ravine that would have been hidden by deep snow all winter. Long-term missing, he said, possibly decades. Clothing and gear suggested someone who'd vanished years ago. He asked if I could come in and give a formal statement, and then carefully he asked if my son could describe what he'd seen. At the station they showed us an old driver's license recovered from a damaged wallet. The photo was faded, the corners worn, but the face punched the air out of my chest. Same narrow jaw, same set of the eyes, same stubborn mouth. The investigator slid a second photo across the table, an old family picture taken in snow beside a car. The missing man wore a wool coat with patched elbows, an ear flap hat. He went missing on a winter hike, the investigator said. Late afternoon, clear conditions. He left camp to make an overlook before sundown. My wife's hand found mine under the table. Search teams never located him. The investigator continued. We have theories, accidents, exposure, but he glanced at my report, then away. You said you saw someone. I told him everything. Even the part about the snow having no tracks. I didn't want to sound foolish, but I couldn't leave it out. That was the bone in the story. The part that wouldn't dissolve. Then my son was brought into a smaller room with crayons and paper. A staff member with a calm face told him he could draw what he remembered. No pressure, she said. Just whatever he saw. When he finished, he held the page up like it was evidence. 2 figures. One was tall, wearing a long coat and a hat. The other was faint, lighter lines barely pressed into the paper, half hidden behind a tree, where the faint figure's face should have been. My son drew an empty oval. The staff member asked softly, "Can you tell me about this one?" My son tapped the faint figure. "He's cold," he said. "He got stuck." "Stuck where?" she asked. My son frowned, thinking hard. In the same time, he said finally, as if time was a place you could be trapped in. Then he tapped the coat figure. He can see him. The coat man can see him. That's why he keeps coming back. Coming back from where? The investigator asked from the doorway. Unable to help himself, my son looked up at him. "Some Pope," he said, plain as fact. Afterward, the investigator thanked us and told us they'd be in touch if they needed anything else. On the way out, I saw him staring at my son's drawing, like it was a puzzle that had just turned personal. A week later, a small local news story ran about the identification of a long-missing hiker. The park issued a statement about closure for the family. People online argued about search procedures and whether the ravine had been checked back then. It all sounded normal, bureaucratic, sensible. But the investigator called me one last time. "We found something in a pocket," he said, protected by the way the fabric folded. A laminated emergency card, a phone number, a message. My throat tightened. Okay. He hesitated, like he was deciding whether to say the rest. Then he did. On the back, he wrote a line, not printed, handwritten, like a reminder. "What line?" I asked. Another pause. Then, quietly, "If I don't make it back by sunset, I'll try again tomorrow. My wife and I don't hike that park in winter anymore. We don't even drive through it when the snow is fresh and the sky is that perfect polished blue. It isn't fear of getting lost. It isn't fear of strangers. It's the fear of standing in clean snow near dusk and seeing someone who shouldn't be there, someone dressed for a day that never ended, watching the tree line like it's a doorway, waiting for the cold, faceless thing behind the trunk to point the way, and stepping forward as if this time, finally, he'll make it home before sunset, before the world flips again into tomorrow." Snow didn't fall that night. It attacked. It came in hard, sideways sheets that turned my headlights into 2 pale smears on a wall of white. The rural highway had stopped feeling like a road and started feeling like a suggestion. 2 darker grooves under drifting snow, bordered by tree shadows that leaned in whenever the wind surged. Then my engine gave a wet cough and died. The dashboard flickered like it was deciding whether I deserved warning lights. The heater blew one last breath of lukewarm air and quit. My phone showed 1 bar for a second, then none. I tried the ignition again and again until the starter only clicked, thin and embarrassed. I was 26, alone, too far from the last town to walk confidently, and too cold to sit and pretend this was fine. I got out, popped the hood, and stared at the engine like I could shame it into working. The wind shoved snow down my collar and onto the back of my neck. My fingers went stiff inside my gloves almost immediately. Whatever was wrong, I didn't have the tools or the knowledge to fix it. So I did the only thing left. I waited. The storm swallowed sound so completely that when headlights finally appeared, they seemed unreal, 2 dull coins moving through the blizzard, growing larger until the shape behind them rose up into a tall boxy vehicle. A big truck, high cab, wide grille, the kind of thing that looked like it could bully the weather into moving aside. It slowed and stopped ahead of my car. The driver's window rolled down halfway, and a wedge of warm air and cigarette smell cut through the cold. The man leaned toward me. Cap pulled low, big shoulders, face half lit by his dashboard glow. "You gonna freeze out here?" he said, like it wasn't a question. I told him my car died. I told him where I was headed, back toward town, anywhere with lights. He listened with a blank patience that felt practiced. Then he nodded once and jerked his chin toward the passenger side. "Get in, I'm going that way." Every safety instinct I had tried to rise up, but the storm stepped on it. My teeth were starting to chatter. My knees felt weak. The night was so empty that refusing him felt like refusing life itself. I grabbed my backpack, locked my dead car out of habit, and climbed up into his cab. Warmth hit my face so hard it hurt. The windshield was a blur of wiper strokes. The cab smelled like smoke, old coffee, and something faintly metallic like pennies. The seat beneath me was cracked vinyl. Salt grit crunched under my boots. "Thanks," I said, trying to sound normal. He didn't answer. He pulled onto the highway with slow, confident control, like the truck knew the road even when I couldn't see it. I forced small talk, asked if he'd seen many cars out. "Just you," he said. "Most folks got sense." His voice was calm, but something about the way he said it made me feel like I'd failed a test. I shifted, settling my backpack against my legs. That's when I noticed the first stain, dark, rubbed into the vinyl beside the center console. Not fresh, not wet, older scrubbed at, but still there. A brown-red smear that didn't match mud. I glanced down at the floor mat and saw more speckles near the metal trim by the door. A thin streak along the plastic under the glove compartment. I swallowed, told myself it was rust, told myself it was spilled soda, mixed with road grime. The metallic smell didn't help. I kept my eyes forward, but my peripheral vision caught details I couldn't unsee. A heavy work glove in the door pocket, a roll of duct tape, the end of a shovel handle sticking up behind the seat. Maybe he was just prepared. Rural people carried tools. That was normal. Still, my stomach tightened. The road narrowed, trees crowding close. The truck's headlights carved a tunnel of white. Then, without warning, he turned off the main highway, not onto a marked road, onto a thin break between snowbanks, a narrow track leading into the trees. "What's this?" I asked, trying to keep my voice from cracking. He didn't look at me. Drifts up ahead, shortcut. The forest swallowed us quickly. The wind's roar changed pitch as branches filtered it into a thin whistling scream. The truck bumped over frozen ruts, deeper into darkness. I watched the rearview mirror and saw only storm. The highway already erased behind us. The track opened into a small clearing. Snow spiraled across it in tight circles, like it had been churned by something heavy. The man stopped the truck and put it in park, engine idling low and steady. The headlights pinned the clearing in bright, harsh light, while everything beyond it stayed black. He reached behind his seat, grabbed the shovel, and held it out to me, handle first. "Need a hand," he said. "Clear something." My mouth went dry. "Clear what?" He opened his door. Tree limb fell across the track. "We move it, we go." He said it like the only options in the universe were work, or be stranded with him. I climbed down into the storm with the shovel, because staying in the cab felt worse now, like waiting for a door to lock. The cold hit like a slap. Wind threw snow into my eyes. My boots sank into drifted powder. He walked ahead without waiting, guiding me with nothing but his certainty. The fallen limb was there, half buried in ice, lying across the narrow track. I could see how it blocked the way. That alone might have been normal. What wasn't normal was how he didn't help. He stood a few feet off, watching while I dug snow away from the limb. My shoulders burned, my gloves soaked through. Every scrape of the shovel sounded too loud in the empty woods. When I finally freed enough of it to try rolling it, it barely shifted. He stepped closer. "Use your hands." I stared at him, then down at the limb crusted with ice. My pulse thudded in my ears. I obeyed. The moment I lifted and the limb shifted, something dark appeared beneath it on the snow. Irregular stains pressed into the drift, like footprints that weren't quite footprints. Like something had leaked and then been covered, leaked and then been covered again. My throat tightened so hard I couldn't breathe for a second. He saw me looking. He didn't ask why, didn't explain. He just reached down, grabbed the limb with one hand, and yanked it away with a strength that made it seem less like a fallen obstacle and more like a prop he'd placed. The track opened deeper into the woods. He straightened and nodded into the darkness. "Another thing up there. Come on." "No," I tried to say. What came out was air. He started walking, slow, unhurried, like he had all night, and all the world belonged to him. He didn't have to grab me. He didn't have to threaten me. He acted like I'd follow because where else could I go? The truck idled behind us, patient, warm, and completely his. I stood frozen with the shovel, staring into the black corridor of trees where his headlights couldn't reach. Snow swirled through the gap like smoke. Beyond that, there was nothing. No road, no lights, no proof I'd ever been here. He stopped and turned back to look at me, waiting. That's when my eyes flicked to the open truck door, still cracked, warm air spilling out. My backpack was inside on the passenger seat. If I was going to run, I needed it. Not because it had anything valuable, but because it had my phone charger, my wallet, my last scraps of control. My body moved before my brain finished begging it not to. I ran. I dropped the shovel and sprinted back toward the clearing, boots slipping. The wind shoved at my ribs. I lunged at the open passenger door and grabbed my backpack strap. Behind me, his boots crunched fast. The strap snagged on something. I yanked harder, panic turning my arms into cables. It tore free with a sharp sound. I stumbled back, slammed the door by accident, and spun toward where the highway should be. I could barely see it, but I knew the direction we'd come from. I ran anyway, crashing through the mouth of the track, branches snapping at my jacket. His footsteps were close, too close. I burst out of the trees and onto the highway. The storm hit me like a wall. Snow blew so thick I couldn't tell where the road ended and the ditch began. My boots skidded on ice, and then headlights appeared. Fast, bright, slicing through the blizzard. An oncoming vehicle. I didn't plan it. I just did it. I ran straight into the lane, arms flailing, mouth open in a scream that the wind stole. The vehicle, a smaller SUV, swerved hard. Tires shrieked on ice. For a heartbeat, I thought I'd just killed myself in a different way. The SUV fishtailed, corrected, and slid sideways to a stop. Blocking the road, the driver's door flew open. A woman jumped out in a thick parka, hair whipping wildly. "What the hell?" she shouted, but her voice softened the instant she saw my face. "Get in now." I stumbled toward her, shaking so violently my teeth clicked. She grabbed my sleeve and dragged me to the SUV like she was afraid I'd vanish. As she shoved me into the back seat, I looked past her through the blowing snow. At the edge of the trees, the truck sat half hidden in the cut, headlights glaring. I saw the driver's silhouette standing near the mouth of it, still, watching. He didn't chase onto the road. He didn't need to. The woman slammed her door and gunned the engine. The SUV lurched forward and slid, then caught traction. We moved past the tree line, and the truck's headlights stayed fixed on us until the storm swallowed them. 10 minutes later, we were under the harsh lights of a gas station. The woman kept talking fast questions, steady reassurance, but my brain lagged behind reality, stuck back in that clearing with stains in the snow. The clerk called the police. 2 deputies arrived, snow crusted on their shoulders, faces tight with seriousness. I told them everything. The dead car, the ride, the turn into the woods, the shovel, the stains in the cab, the stains under the limb. One deputy wrote it down slowly. The other asked for a description of the truck, the driver, the exact spot on the highway. They drove out to my car first. It was half buried already. The deputy popped the hood, shone a light, and muttered about the battery giving out in cold weather, like it was just bad luck. Then they drove toward the cut in the trees. The opening was harder to find now. Snow drifting in, erasing tracks. The deputy spotted it anyway. A subtle break in the bank. Their cruiser nosed in a few feet, light spilling between trunks. The deputy got out, walked in with a flashlight, and disappeared into the snow haze. When he came back, his jaw was clenched. "Too dangerous to go deeper in this," he said. "We'll return at first light." They took me back to town, put me in a cheap motel room, told me to call if I remembered anything else. I barely slept. In the morning, they called. They'd gone back. They found the clearing. They found disturbed snow. They found signs of heavy tires turning. They found marks that might have been dragged grooves, but storms blur edges and lie with softness. They found stains. Yes, but stains in snow are only obvious until the sun and wind start rewriting them. They didn't find the truck. No driver. No victim. No proof that anything had happened beyond a scared traveler making guesses in a blizzard. The deputy didn't call me crazy. He didn't dismiss me. He just sounded careful when he said, "You did the right thing, getting out." I got my car towed once the storm eased. Standing on the shoulder in daylight, the highway looked harmless. The trees looked like trees. The cut into the woods was almost invisible, half filled with fresh drift, like the forest had closed its mouth. I didn't step into it. Fine funny five airing. I drove away with my hands tight on the wheel, eyes flicking to every side road, every shadow between trunks. Part of me kept expecting to see tall headlights watching from the tree line, patient and unblinking. And every winter since, when snow starts coming sideways and the world narrows to whatever your headlights can hold, I remember how warm that cab felt, and how fast warmth can become a trap if the person offering it already knows where they want you to go. The storm started before dinner and got mean after dark, like it had been waiting for everyone to settle in before it showed its teeth. By 9, the street outside our house was gone, under a blur of white. The porch light made the snow look like 1,000 insects flying straight into the glass. Mason and I had been parked on the living room carpet for hours, trading controllers and trash talk. Dad let us use the big TV as long as we kept the volume low and didn't roam around the house like it was a playground. He'd been restless all night, though, checking the weather on his phone, peeking out the front window, turning the deadbolt like he didn't trust it. When the game loaded into the next level, my character spawned wrong, half inside a wall. The screen jittered. The audio looped the same footstep over and over, like someone pacing in place. Mason laughed. "Dude, your system's cursed." I tapped the controller. Nothing. The character's head snapped sideways, then froze, staring at a blank corner like it had seen something I couldn't. "Hold on," I muttered, leaning closer. The picture pixelated for a second, then locked completely. Mason hit pause. No response. And that's when the backyard light blinked out. Not a flicker. An off. The yellow glow that always pulled over our back steps vanished, leaving a thicker patch of dark behind the sliding door. The house didn't lose power. The lamp stayed on. The TV stayed frozen. Only that light died. It felt intentional. I'd always been the kid who noticed stuff, not because I wanted to be, but because my brain wouldn't stop scanning, like it was allergic to surprises. I stood up, leaving Mason staring at the dead screen. "What?" he asked. "Stay," I said, already moving. "Don't just stay." My bedroom window faced the backyard from the second story. I took the stairs 2 at a time, but I didn't stomp. The storm made enough noise on its own. I pulled my curtain back a sliver, careful not to turn myself into a bright reflection against the glass. Outside, the blizzard was a living thing. Snow came sideways in fast sheets, smearing the fence line until it looked like a pencil sketch rubbed halfway away. The swing set was a lump. The yard was mostly white, but down by the back steps where the light should have been, the darkness looked thicker. Something moved inside it. Low. Controlled. Not drifting snow. Not an animal bounding. A shape sliding along the railing, using the steps as cover. For half a second, the neighbor's floodlight caught a shoulder under a hood. Then it vanished again. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I backed away from the window and went downstairs without thinking. Mason was still kneeling by the TV, pressing buttons. "It's stuck," he said, like totally stuck. "Turn it off," I snapped. He blinked at my tone, then reached for the console power. The screen went black, and the living room suddenly felt too quiet. Quiet enough to hear the wind shove snow against the back of the house. I didn't waste time explaining. I went straight to the kitchen where Dad stood by the counter with his laptop open and an earbud in. "Dad," I said, "there's someone in the backyard." He turned, and the look he gave me made my stomach twist. He wasn't amused. He wasn't dismissive. He was measuring my face, my voice, the difference between a kid spooked by a storm and a kid who actually saw something. "Where?" he asked. "By the back steps," I said. "The yard light just went out." Dad's jaw flexed once. He pulled the earbud out, closed the laptop, and opened the drawer near the fridge. The small lockbox key hung on a hook inside the cabinet. He grabbed it, unlocked the box, and took out his handgun and a flashlight. Mason appeared in the doorway behind me, suddenly not joking anymore. Dad's voice stayed low and steady. "Both of you living room, away from windows." I started to obey, then stopped in the hallway where I could still see the back door. I hated being told to look away from danger. I hated not knowing what was happening in my own house. Dad eased the deadbolt, cracked the door, and the storm tried to climb inside. Snow spit onto the mat. The wind roared like it was mad we'd opened a gap. The flashlight beam knifed into the white, shaking slightly as Dad aimed it down the steps. At first, there was nothing but flakes. Then a shape surged up from the bottom step close, too close, and the beam snapped onto a hooded face for a heartbeat. And in the same beat, I saw what that person was holding. A child. Small, bundled, thrashing. A puffy coat with reflective strips. A knitted hat shoved sideways so one ear was exposed and bright red from cold. The kid's legs kicked as if they were trying to run without being allowed to touch the ground. My brain refused it for a second. It tried to turn it into something normal. A parent carrying a kid. A neighbor. The kid made a sound. Raw and panicked. And the normal explanations died. Dad stepped onto the top step, blocking the doorway with his body. "Hey," he shouted into the storm. "Stop." The intruder didn't stop. They pivoted hard, dragging the child sideways along the fence line, using the blizzard like a curtain. The snow swallowed the kid's little flailing hands every time they disappeared behind the intruder's coat. They were heading for the side gate, for the driveway, for the street. Dad raised the gun, not at them but up, away toward the empty white sky, and fired. The warning shot cracked through the storm like the world splitting. Even the wind seemed to hesitate. For a brief, terrible instant, the yard sharpened. The fence posts, the steps, the intruder's hood rimmed with snow. The intruder flinched, like the sound hit them in the chest. Their grip loosened. The child dropped into the snow, stumbled, then exploded into motion, running toward our back door, like their body knew where safety was. Even if their eyes were blinded by the blizzard, Dad lunged down 2 steps, grabbed the child under the arms, and hauled them inside. The door slammed, the deadbolt clacked. Dad's hand stayed on it like he expected it to fail. The child shook so hard their teeth clicked. They were crying without volume at first, like the cold stole their breath. Mason stood behind me, pale, hands hovering uselessly in front of him. Dad crouched. "You're okay," he said, voice firm, like he could command the fear to back off. "You're safe. What's your name?" The kid choked on words. "Evan," he managed. "Evan." The boy 2 houses down. The one who always wore that exact coat. Dad pulled a blanket off the couch and wrapped Evan up, tucking it tight around his shoulders. Evan's eyes kept darting toward the back door, as if expecting the hooded person to slide right through the glass. Dad called the police and spoke in clipped facts. Intruder, attempted abduction, warning shot fired upward, child recovered, blizzard conditions, our address. When Dad ended the call, he checked every lock in the house like he was resetting the world. Front door deadbolt, chain, windows, side door. He didn't pace, he didn't panic, but his movements had a tightness in them that I'd never seen before, like he was forcing himself to stay controlled for our sake. Evan huddled on the couch between me and Mason, wrapped in the blanket, shaking less now but still trembling like a leaf in wind. His mittens were wet. Snow melted in dark spots on the carpet. "What happened?" I asked softly, and immediately regretted it. Evan's eyes filled again. He grabbed me," Evan whispered. "I was letting my dog out. I just opened the door," and then Evan swallowed hard. "Hands, from behind." Mason looked like he might throw up. Outside, the storm did what storms do. It erased. It covered. It pretended it had always been this way. Sirens took forever, muffled and distant, then closer, then finally flashing blue and red across our walls like the house was being scanned. Dad opened the front door only after confirming the officers through the window. Cold air rolled in with them, and snow clung to their hats and shoulders. They asked questions fast. Dad answered faster. One officer stepped outside with Dad to see the back steps and the side gate. The other crouched near Evan, gentle, asking for details without pushing. Evan couldn't give much. A hood, a smell like wet fabric, no voice, no face, just the grab, the pull, the snow in his eyes, and then my dad's gunshot like thunder saving him. The officers came back inside with grim expressions. The side gate latch had a fresh scrape, and the switch box for the backyard light, someone had flipped it off. Not the storm. Someone. They canvassed the street, knocked on neighbors' doors, asked about cameras. The blizzard made everything harder. Snow piled on porch steps faster than people could shovel. Tire tracks disappeared behind falling white. Any footprints in our yard had already softened into nothing. Evan's parents arrived like they'd been launched out of a nightmare. Faces red, hair wet with snow, eyes frantic. Evan bolted into his mother's arms, sobbing now that he'd found the right person to fall apart with. His father thanked my dad in a broken voice that didn't sound like the man I'd seen mowing his lawn last summer. When they left with Evan, the house felt wrong, too quiet, too warm, like we'd stolen comfort from the night, and it might come back demanding repayment. The police took my statement next. I told them exactly what I'd seen from the second-story window. A low figure by the back steps, movement under the railing. No guesses, no dramatic extras, just the facts that mattered. After they left, Dad sat at the kitchen table with his hands wrapped around a mug he hadn't drunk from. He stared at the steam like it could tell him something. Mason's parents came to get him as soon as the roads allowed. Dad walked him to the car with the flashlight, sweeping the beam across the yard like he didn't trust any shadow anymore, even ones made by snowdrifts. When the front door shut behind Mason, I went upstairs. I stood at my window again, curtain barely open. The storm was still thick, still angry, still hiding the world. The backyard light stayed off, leaving the back steps swallowed in black. The fence line vanished and reappeared. As the wind shifted the snow, I watched the dark patch by the steps until my eyes watered. I didn't see the intruder again, but that didn't help. Because now I understood something I hadn't before. A blizzard isn't just weather. It's cover. It's silence. It's an eraser that gives the wrong kind of person permission to move without being seen. Unless someone looks out at the exact right moment and refuses to look away. I noticed the smoke detector because it was wrong. Not it looked old wrong. Not it was dusty wrong. It was the kind of wrong that makes your eyes keep returning to it even while you're unpacking. The living room ceiling was fresh white, the paint still sharp around the edges of the recessed lights. The detector, though, sat a shade darker, like it had been swapped from another house. It was slightly off-center from the beam it was mounted on, and the plastic rim had a faint crescent of scuffing, as if someone's fingernail or a tool had worried at it. I'd been on the road alone for 6 days, hopping from small town to small town, choosing places that were cheap and quiet. The listing for this Airbnb promised exactly that. A remote cabin, no neighbors, unplug and reset. The photos showed pine trees, a wide porch, and a long gravel driveway that disappeared into green. The host's messages were friendly in that polished, pre-written way, full of exclamation points and reminders about checkout. By the time I arrived, afternoon sun was slanting through the trees like spilled honey. The last 10 minutes of driving had been on dirt roads that rattled my rental's undercarriage, and the final turn was marked by nothing but a leaning wooden post with a faded number on it. The cabin sat back from the road, a dark rectangle among trunks and ferns, the porch rail wrapped in string lights that were off in daylight. Inside, everything smelled like lemon cleaner and old wood. There was a basket of snacks on the counter, and a laminated sheet of house rules clipped to the fridge. I set my bag down, walked room to room the way I always do. Check locks, check windows, check that the place matches the listing. It did. Single bedroom, small bathroom, narrow kitchen, and a living room with a couch facing a TV mounted above a gas fireplace. The detector was in that living room. I told myself I was being weirdly picky. I was tired. I'd been sleeping with one ear open for a week. Still, every time I crossed the room, it tugged at my attention. The rim scuffs, the off-center placement, the way it didn't match the newer, cleaner detector in the hallway outside the bedroom. I made coffee. I ate a granola bar. I tried to let the quiet do what I'd rented it to do. When it started getting dark, the cabin changed its personality. The windows went black and reflective, turning the forest outside into a suggestion instead of a view. The string lights on the porch clicked on with a timer and threw soft circles over the deck boards. The silence thickened. Not eerie exactly, just complete, like the world had decided to stop making background noise. I locked the deadbolt and the knob lock. The host had mentioned bears in the welcome message, more as a folksy warning than anything, but I wasn't interested in surprises. I pulled the curtains. I checked the bedroom window latch twice. Then, because my brain doesn't like leaving a question unanswered, I stood under the living room smoke detector and stared up at it again. There was a tiny dot on one edge of the plastic, so small I might not have noticed it if I hadn't been looking for reasons to distrust it. A pinhole that didn't seem like part of the design. It caught the light from a lamp and gave back a quick, hard glint. My first thought was stupid. Maybe it's an indicator light. My second thought was worse. Why would there be an indicator light in a rental's living room smoke detector? I dragged a chair from the dining nook and set it under the detector. The chair legs scraped loudly on the floor, an ugly sound in the quiet. I climbed up and pressed the test button. It shrieked, the alarm so sharp it vibrated in my teeth. I winced and jabbed at it again until it stopped. The pinhole stayed dark. I lowered my face closer. I could see into it just enough to feel my stomach tighten. It didn't look like a molded vent. It looked like a lens. I climbed down, stood there for a second, and listened to my own breathing. I was alone in an unfamiliar cabin, and the only sound was the refrigerator cycling on in the kitchen. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. Back up on the chair, I angled the light across the detector's surface. The pinhole flashed again. There, under the plastic, was a small circle of glass. The air in my chest went thin. I've traveled solo long enough to know what paranoia feels like. This wasn't it. This was the moment something you don't want to be true becomes specific. My hand shook as I reached up. The detector twisted a few degrees and stopped, like it was secured differently than the others. I turned it harder. The base resisted, then gave with a soft plastic click. The whole unit came free into my hands. It was heavier than it should have been. The wiring wasn't what I expected either. I'd replaced a smoke detector in my own apartment once. It had a simple harness plug and a broad plastic mount. This had extra pieces inside the housing, a small circuit board tucked behind the battery compartment, a micro SD card slot, A tiny antenna wire coiled like a spring. For a second, I just held it, staring, trying to make it not what it was, trying to force a reasonable explanation into place. There wasn't one. I stepped down from the chair carefully, like the detector might explode if I moved wrong. My phone light made harsh shadows on the ceiling where the mount plate was still attached. I could see 2 small screws that looked newer than the rest, their heads clean and bright. My mind ran ahead of me, fast and unhelpful. How long has it been there? Who's watching? Is it live? Is there another one? Bedroom? Bathroom? I walked into the hallway and looked up at the detector there. It was normal. No pinhole, no scuffs. I reached up and pressed the button. It beeped a polite, ordinary beep. In the bedroom, there was no ceiling detector, just a small one in the hall. In the bathroom, no detector at all. That should have been reassuring. Instead, it narrowed the intent. Living room only, aimed at the couch, at the open space, at the place where someone would change clothes without thinking, or nap, or take a phone call, or exit. I set the detector on the kitchen counter like it was a dirty dish. I didn't want near anything else. My palms left damp prints on the plastic. I wiped my hands on my jeans and felt suddenly exposed, even though the device was in front of me and not above my head. I didn't sit down again. I started moving through the cabin with my phone held up, scanning. Corners, the TV, the little decorative clock on the wall, the bookshelf with board games, the vent above the stove. I looked for anything that didn't belong, anything with a pinhole, anything aimed at eye level. The more I looked, the more the cabin felt staged. The basket of snacks, the folded towels, the cheerful laminated rules, all of it a set dressing for something else. I opened the Airbnb app and pulled up the host profile. A smiling couple in the photo, standing in front of a lake with a canoe. The account had dozens of reviews. So quiet, perfect getaway. We love the privacy. My throat tightened on that last one. I read the reviews differently now, seeing the gaps between their words. How many people never noticed? How many noticed and said nothing? How many noticed and were too embarrassed to admit it? I tried calling the host through the app. It rang and went to voicemail. The recorded greeting was cheerful. I ended the call without leaving a message. Then I called the local non-emergency line. The operator who answered sounded sleepy, but professional. I gave the address from the listing, stumbling over the road name because it wasn't on any of the signs. I told her I'd found what looked like a hidden camera inside a smoke detector. There was a pause long enough for my skin to prickle. "Are you safe right now?" she asked. "I'm alone," I said. "In the cabin. Is anyone there with you?" "No." "Is the device still powered on?" I took it down. "It has a battery. There's a card slot. I don't know if it's transmitting." Another pause. Keys clicking faintly in the background. "Do you have cell service?" "Barely," I said, and watched the little bars on my phone as if they might abandon me. "Okay. I'm going to have a deputy contact you. If you feel in immediate danger, call 911. I should have left right then. I know that. It's easy to say it now, sitting somewhere safe, making sense of it in hindsight. In the moment, my brain grabbed onto the idea of evidence like it was a life raft. If I drove away, if someone came back and found the cabin empty, would they remove everything and deny it? Would the device disappear? Would it turn into my word against theirs? I didn't want it to turn into nothing, so I stayed. But I didn't stay the way you stay in a rental. I put my shoes on and kept them on. I gathered my keys in my wallet and slid my phone charger into my pocket. I pulled my bag into the living room where I could grab it in one motion. I turned on every light in the cabin until the windows were bright mirrors. I set the smoke detector camera in the sink and dropped a metal mixing bowl over it like a lid. I didn't know if that did anything, but it made me feel less like I was staring at an open eye. Then I waited. The cabin felt smaller with all the lights on, like the walls were pressing inward. Outside, the forest stayed black. The porch string lights glowed faintly, tiny moons in a row. Every time the refrigerator hummed or the heater clicked, my muscles tightened. I tried to keep my breathing steady. I didn't want to spiral. I didn't want to imagine a person in another room, headphones on, watching me pace. I didn't want to imagine a feed, a hard drive, a folder with dates. At some point, my phone buzzed with a low battery warning because my flashlight had been on so much. I plugged it in and watched the cord as if it were a tether. Time dragged. I checked the clock on the microwave, midnight. Then 1, then 2. At 2:47 a.m., I heard gravel shift outside. The sound was unmistakable in that place. A car tire crunching on stones. Slow, controlled. Not a deer, not wind. A vehicle. I froze in the kitchen with my hand on the counter. The lights inside the cabin made the windows impossible to see through, but I could see the porch glow reflected on the glass. Beyond that reflection, nothing. The crunching stopped. Silence returned, heavier than before, as if the forest was holding its breath with me. I moved toward the living room window in short steps, staying low. The curtain wasn't fully closed. There was a small gap at the side where the fabric didn't quite meet the frame. I leaned close enough to look without making the curtain shift. Headlights were off, but the shape of a vehicle sat in the driveway, just beyond the porch light's reach. Dark paint, tall profile, a pickup or SUV. I could see the outline against the trees where it blocked a slice of starlight. My pulse hit my throat. I glanced at the microwave clock again. 2:59 a.m. The driver's door opened. A rectangle of deeper darkness moved. Someone stepped out and stood still, as if listening. I couldn't see a face. I could see the posture, the way the person's head turned toward the cabin, toward the lights, toward me. At 3 a.m. they started walking. I backed away from the window so fast my heel caught the edge of the rug. I righted myself without letting the curtain move. My mind snapped into a clean, cold line. Get out. Now. I grabbed my bag. I didn't bother zipping it. I shoved my phone and charger into the outer pocket and yanked the strap over my shoulder. My keys were already in my hand, metal biting my palm. The front door was on the porch side. If I opened it, I'd step into the person's line of sight. The back door in the kitchen opened toward the tree line and the side of the driveway. It was farther from the car. I went to the back door, killed the kitchen light, then hesitated because the dark felt like surrender. I left the living room lights blazing and cracked the back door an inch. Cold air slid in, smelling of pine and wet earth. Somewhere out there, gravel shifted again. A soft footstep, or maybe I imagined it. My nerves were a live wire. I opened the back door wider and stepped out. The night was so dark it felt textured. The porch lights on the front of the cabin didn't reach the back, but the cabin's interior glow spilled through the kitchen window and painted a pale rectangle on the ground. I stayed out of it, moving along the wall, keeping my shoulder close to the wood siding. I could hear the faintest sound from the front. Another step on the porch boards, maybe, or the creak of a railing. Then a sharper sound, a tap, like knuckles against glass, or something brushing the door. I didn't wait to confirm. I moved faster, almost jogging, feet landing on leaves and damp soil. I angled toward where I'd parked the rental, which was off to the side of the cabin near a small shed. The car was a few yards away, pale in the dark, its windows reflecting a faint glow. The shed loomed beside it. The air smelled like mildew and old gasoline. My hands fumbled with the key fob. The car chirped loudly when it unlocked, an obscene little announcement in the quiet. I flinched and threw myself into the driver's seat. The door slammed harder than I meant it to. My bag slid off my shoulder and hit the passenger seat. I jammed the key into the ignition with shaking fingers. The engine turned over. The headlights swept across the trees, over ferns, over the side of the cabin. For a fraction of a second, the light caught movement near the front porch. Someone stepping back into shadow. The figure was just a shape, but the posture was clear. They'd been close to the door. I didn't look again. I threw the car into reverse. Gravel sprayed. The tires spun for a heartbeat in the loose stones, then caught. I backed hard, then swung the wheel and shot forward down the driveway. headlights bouncing wildly as the car hit ruts. Branches reached in from both sides, clawing at the light. The cabin disappeared behind me, swallowed by trees. In the rearview mirror, I saw darkness and nothing else. No headlights following, no taillights, just the empty tunnel of road. I didn't slow until I hit the paved highway, and my hand stopped trembling enough to keep the car centered in the lane. I pulled into a gas station that was miraculously open, the kind attached to a convenience store with bright fluorescent lights and a bored cashier. I parked under a camera right in front of the building and sat there breathing hard until the inside of the car stopped smelling like adrenaline. Then I called 911. My voice sounded wrong to my own ears, too calm and too high at once. I told the dispatcher I'd found a hidden camera in my Airbnb and that a car had pulled into the driveway at 3 a.m. I told her I'd left and was now at the gas station on the highway. I gave the cabin address again. I gave the listing name. I gave the host's name. A patrol unit met me there 20 minutes later. The deputy was a middle-aged man with tired eyes and a calm, steady way of moving. He took my statement in the parking lot while I stood under the harsh lights. My arms wrapped around myself more for grounding than warmth. I showed him the photos I'd taken of the smoke detector's insides, the SD card slot, the circuit board, the screws in the ceiling mount. He didn't react the way people do when they think you're exaggerating. His jaw tightened once, and he asked careful questions. Where exactly it was mounted, whether I'd touched anything else, whether I'd seen anyone, whether I recognized the vehicle. He asked me if I still had access to the cabin. I said yes, the booking was for 2 more nights, but I wasn't going back. I don't want you to, he said, plain and final. Another deputy went to the cabin, while the first stayed with me. They told me not to contact the host again. They told me to screenshot the listing in all messages. They told me to save my photos and not to post anything online yet. In the early morning, while the sun was still a rumor behind the horizon, the deputy returned and said they'd recovered the device from the cabin and documented the mounting. He didn't give me details about what was on the card. He said that would be handled as evidence. I filed a report. I signed papers. I answered the same questions again because the details mattered. I sat in the lobby of the small sheriff's office with a vending machine humming behind me, staring at my hands and trying to make them stop shaking. When I finally drove away from that county, the sky was full daylight, and the roads were busy with ordinary life. People heading to work, trucks hauling supplies, kids in the back seats of cars. The normalness of it made the night feel unreal, like something my mind had invented to entertain itself. But then my phone buzzed with an email from Airbnb acknowledging my complaint, and later another one confirming the reservation was canceled, and a safety investigation was underway. The language was careful and distant, like it was describing a problem with plumbing, instead of a person's eye hidden in my ceiling. Weeks after, I still caught myself looking up in every room I entered. Hotel ceilings, coffee shop corners, the round plastic shells of smoke detectors in friends' houses. I'd never paid attention to them before. Now I saw them the way you see a locked door, after you've once found it open. The last image I have of that cabin isn't the porch lights or the pine trees or the pretty listing photos. It's the small glint of a lens inside a piece of white plastic, waiting patiently above a couch for someone to stop being careful. The first time I saw it, I was wiping instant coffee off the edge of the console with my sleeve and watching nothing happen. That's what night shift security is. Most nights. A wall of monitors. The low hiss of HVAC, a clock that feels louder than it should. The building was empty in the way office buildings get after midnight, like it's holding its breath. Even the vending machines down the hall had gone quiet. I worked the graveyard at Mercer Plaza, a glass and concrete mid-rise that rented suites to whoever could afford the address, accounting firms, a dental lab, 2 floors of executive workspace that always looked staged, like no one actually lived there. My post was the lobby desk, a half-glass booth with a key cabinet behind me, and a cluster of screens in front, 14 cameras, split into grids, plus the elevator control and the fire panel. My job was to watch, log, and call if something made sense to call about. Around 2:17 a.m., the hallway on the third floor showed up on monitor 6, the way it always did. Fluorescent lights, beige carpet, framed motivational prints. The angle looked down a long corridor that ended at a glass door with a panic bar. To the left, office suite doors with little brushed metal plaques. To the right, the wall. Empty. I knew that hallway. I'd walked it every round I'd ever done. And it had a slight sag in the carpet near suite 312, where someone once rolled a copy machine too hard. If you didn't know it, you'd miss that dip. If you did know it, you'd always see it. I'd been doing the job long enough to see the usual lies cameras tell. Shadows that look like movement. Compression artifacts that smear a person into a block. Bugs that crawl across the lens and make it look like a hand reaching in. I'd seen reflections do weird things in the elevator doors. I'd seen the night cleaning crew's mop head wander through frame like a pale animal. This wasn't any of that. A figure stepped into the far end of the third floor corridor, right by the glass door. It didn't fade in. It didn't stutter. It didn't smear. It took one step, then another, and the overhead lights painted it clearly enough that my brain did what brains do, and started assigning details before I'd even decided it was real. Tall, narrow, wearing something dark, head slightly down like it was looking at the carpet. My hand paused with the paper towel halfway to the console. I stared at monitor 6 until my eyes ached, and the rest of the screens became peripheral noise. I leaned closer. The camera timestamp ticked forward like normal. No glitch, no static. There was someone in the third floor hallway. I did the first thing you do, check if it's supposed to be there. The schedule log for cleaners was pinned under a magnet, and the contracted crew only did nights on Tuesday and Friday. This was Sunday into Monday. The building engineer Dale sometimes came in early for a boiler inspection, but he always used the staff entrance and he always called the desk because he liked to joke about me guarding the kingdom. My radio was silent. The lobby doors had been quiet for hours. The motion sensor over the main entrance hadn't tripped since 11:46 p.m., when the last late worker left with a laptop bag. I pulled up the access control software and filtered for the last hour. No badge swipes on third floor. No elevator calls from lobby to 3. Nothing. The figure on monitor 6 moved deeper into the hallway, passing the motivational prints. It walked like it knew where it was going. Not like someone sneaking. It wasn't hugging the wall, wasn't pausing to check doors, just walking at a steady pace toward the camera, toward the center of the floor, toward the elevator bank, toward the stairwell that led down to the second floor, then the first, toward me. I felt that familiar tightening in my chest that comes when a quiet job threatens to become a dangerous one. I slid my chair back and stood, stretching without thinking like I could make myself taller against whatever was on that screen. My radio was clipped to my belt. I thumbed it on. Control to roving, I said, and my own voice sounded too loud in the booth. We weren't supposed to have only one person on at night, but budget adjustments had been the story for months. It was just me. No answer, because there was no roving. I swallowed. I hit the intercom button that piped into the third floor hallway speakers. There were little grates in the ceiling that could broadcast a message. My finger hovered. The first rule is you don't escalate without cause. Most weirdness becomes normal if you give it a minute. A contractor who forgot his badge. A tenant who came back for a phone charger. Someone who signed in earlier and moved out of camera range. So I did the second thing you do. Verify. I pulled monitor 6 full screen. I adjusted brightness. I flipped to the adjacent camera on the third floor. Monitor 7, which watched the elevator lobby. Monitor 7 showed an empty elevator lobby, shiny metal doors, a potted plant, a polished tile floor with the building's logo inlaid. Empty. That made sense. The figure was still in the hallway. It hadn't reached the elevator bank yet. I clicked monitor 8. The stairwell door on the third floor. Empty. Monitor 9. The corner camera that looked down the shorter corridor toward the restrooms. Empty. I went back to monitor 6. The figure was closer now. Under the lights it should have had features. It should have had a face. It didn't. Exactly. Not in the way a person's face reads from a camera. It was like the image didn't want to settle on it. A dark oval where the head was, with the sense of a hood or hair or shadow, but nothing my mind could lock into. Still, it walked like a person. I made the decision you're trained to make. I was going to intercept. The thing about being a guard is that you don't have much. You have keys, a radio, and the belief that you're supposed to act before someone else gets hurt. So I grabbed my flashlight from the charger, took the master key ring, and stepped out of the booth. The lobby smelled like stale carpet, and the lemon cleaner the day shift used on the marble. The overhead lights were dimmed to night mode, leaving pools of brightness and soft shadows between. I crossed to the elevator bank and hit the call button for an up car. The indicator glowed. Somewhere above, machinery hummed. While it did, I watched the lobby doors. The glass reflected me back. A man in a cheap uniform, a badge that said security, a tired face. The elevator arrived with a soft chime. The doors opened on an empty mirrored box. I stepped in, thumbed 3, and held the flashlight down at my thigh like it was more than it was. The doors closed. The elevator rose with that smooth, slightly nauseating glide. The panel lights flickered once, a normal little hiccup. I told myself it was normal. When the doors opened on the 3rd floor, the air was cooler, as if that level never fully warmed. The lights were bright and flat. The elevator lobby was empty, just like Monitor 7 had shown. I stepped out and listened. No footsteps, no breath, no distant shuffle. Just the steady, boring hum of fluorescent ballast. I looked left toward the long corridor. That was the hallway for Monitor 6. From here I could see the framed prints along the wall, the sag in the carpet near Suite 312, the glass door at the far end, empty. No figure, no dark shape, no person. My first thought was relief. My second was irritation at myself. Cameras are cameras. Maybe it was someone who ducked into a suite. Maybe I'd missed a door opening because I'd been staring at the wrong screen. Maybe it was nothing. Then my radio crackled. Not with a voice, but with a brief sharp burst of interference you get when you walk under certain power lines. It crackled again. As I took a step forward into the corridor, I stopped. I lifted the radio closer to my ear. Silence. The hallway smelled faintly of copy or toner, and the dust you get in long unused spaces. I walked, slow, scanning the doors. Most were locked. Tenants had their own keys, and they liked to keep the outside doors shut. The plaques listed names: Benning and Cole, Harris Dental Lab, Greenfield Consulting. I put my ear near one door, listening for movement inside. Nothing. At the point where the carpet dipped, I paused and shone my flashlight down. The beam made the beige fibers look like tiny bristles. No footprints, no scuffs. Fresh enough to matter. I kept going. Halfway down the corridor, I glanced back at the elevator lobby. It sat behind me like an open mouth, waiting. At the far end by the glass door, I checked the crash bar. It was locked. The door led to a small exterior landing, and then a fire stair down the outside of the building. You could only open it from inside with a bar. From outside it was key only. I tried the handle. Solid. No one could have stepped in from outside without a key, which meant if the camera had shown someone entering there, it would have been impossible. I stood under the glass door and felt my skin tighten. Not from cold, but from the sense that I'd walked into the wrong part of something. The building was quiet, but it wasn't the calm quiet from before. It was a quiet that seemed to focus on me. I forced myself to do the practical thing. I keyed my radio. Desk. I'm on 3, I said, because procedure said you always log your location, even if you're talking to nobody. Checking corridor. Cameras show movement, but I've got eyes. I stopped. There was no point finishing a sentence that sounded crazy. I turned and started back. My footsteps were the only sound. Soft on carpet. The fluorescent lights didn't flicker. The framed prints didn't sway. Nothing changed. When I reached the elevator lobby, I didn't get in. I didn't want to be trapped in that box if someone was actually on the floor and I just hadn't seen them yet. Instead, I went to the stairwell door. The third-floor stairwell was a heavy steel door with a narrow wire glass window. I pushed it open, stepped into the concrete stairwell, and let it shut behind me with a soft thud. The stairwell smelled like cold cement and old paint. The light was harsher here, a single fixture on each landing. I started down. As I descended, my radio cracked again. It got worse on the second-floor landing, a constant faint hiss that made the hair on my arms rise. I stopped and looked at the door to the second floor. The wire glass window showed darkness beyond. The second-floor lights were on night mode too, but from here I could only see a dim hallway. I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing. I pushed it open. The second-floor corridor was empty. It was shorter than the third. Different tenants. Different carpet pattern. Still, it had that same office smell and the sense of being designed for people who were not here. I closed the door and went down to the first. Back in the lobby, I returned to the booth and sat down too fast, as if the chair could anchor me. Monitor 6 still showed the third-floor hallway, and the figure was there. Not near the glass door anymore. Closer. Much closer. It was moving faster now, not walking. Its arms were pumping at its sides. It was running straight down the corridor toward the camera, toward the elevator lobby. I stared at it, my mouth slightly open, and my mind tried to reconcile what I'd just seen with what the screen insisted was happening. I'd been in that hallway. I'd stood under those lights. There had been nothing. No one, no sound, but the camera showed the figure gaining ground. The image didn't blur the way running people blur. It stayed crisp enough to be wrong. I snapped my gaze to Monitor 7, the elevator lobby on 3. Empty. Monitor 6. The figure. Running. Monitor 7. Empty. I flipped to Monitor 8. Stairwell door on 3. Empty. Monitor 6. The figure was almost at the camera now. I could see the dark shape of its shoulders, the swing of its arms, the way its head stayed down, as if it was looking at the floor, but didn't need to. Something cold slid down my spine. Not fear alone, the specific panic of something that doesn't obey the rules you rely on. I grabbed the mouse, pulled up the camera playback, and rewound 30 seconds. The figure rewound with it, running backward down the corridor. I played it forward again. It ran forward again. Real recording, not a live glitch. I checked the timestamp. It matched. Live. The elevator control panel showed no calls to 3. No door opens. Nothing. My first impulse was to call police. My second was to call the building engineer. My third was to do what my body was doing without my permission. Stand up and back away from the monitors like they were a window, and something was outside it. The figure reached the end of the hallway on Monitor 6, close enough to fill most of the frame. Then it did something that made my throat close. It lifted its head. There should have been a face then, even a blurry one. There should have been the pale oval of skin catching overhead light. There should have been eyes reflecting, nose, mouth. Instead, the darkness where its features should have been deepened, like the camera was staring into something that absorbed light. A flat matte void that wasn't quite black and wasn't quite anything. It stopped running. It stood, staring directly into the camera, into me, on Monitor 7. The elevator lobby on 3 remained empty, and still, the figure on Monitor 6 raised an arm, not like someone waving, like someone reaching for the lens. The image shook slightly, the way it does when someone touches a camera mount. The timestamp kept ticking. I stepped back until my knees hit the chair. The chair rolled. I caught the edge of the console with my hand. The figure's hand, if it was a hand, came closer in the frame. The fingers weren't clear, they didn't separate correctly. It was the idea of a hand more than the thing itself. Then the camera feed on Monitor 6 went dead. Not static, not snow, just a flat blue screen with the words "no signal." My booth felt suddenly too bright. The other monitors continued their silent surveillance. The lobby camera showed empty doors. The parking garage showed empty rows. The stairwell cameras showed still concrete and locked doors. Only the third-floor hallway feed was gone. I forced myself to breathe. I sat down and pulled the access log back up, fingers shaking enough that the mouse skittered. No swipes, no elevator activity, no alarms. I leaned forward, close to the screens, and listened. From somewhere in the building, faint and far away, I heard a sound that could have been anything. A soft thump, a settling creak, the building making building noises. Then, very clearly, the lobby's elevator chime dinged. One of the elevator call buttons glowed without me touching it. The doors slid open. The mirrored interior reflected the empty lobby. No one stepped out. The doors stayed open. I stared at the open elevator like it was a mouth, waiting for me to put my head inside. The panel above the doors read, 3. My radio, clipped to my belt, hissed with interference in a steady, dry whisper. Not a voice, just a sound like someone dragging paper across a microphone. My throat felt tight. My hands felt too large, clumsy. I reached under the desk and pulled out the incident binder, the one where you write down anything that might matter later. My pen skated on the page. 02119. Monitor 6 shows unidentified figure in third floor corridor. No access log. No elevator call. 0224 visual check of third floor corridor. No subject found. Vigri appears running toward camera on monitor 6. Other adjacent cams show empty. On 227. Monitor 6 NO signal. Elevator arrives lobby from 3 with no occupant. I wrote without looking up, because looking up meant seeing the elevator still open, still waiting. I grabbed my phone and dialed my supervisor. It rang and rang, then went to voicemail. I didn't leave a message. My voice wouldn't have been steady enough. I dialed the building engineer. Straight to voicemail. I dialed the non-emergency police line, thumb slipping. The call connected, but as soon as the line opened, there was that same dry hiss, louder now, like the radio interference had crawled into my phone. I pulled the phone away from my ear. The screen still showed the call connected. I could see the timer counting seconds. No voice, just his. I ended the call. The elevator doors shuddered slightly, as if something inside the car shifted weight. Then the doors began to close. I stayed frozen, watching the gap narrow. At the last moment, the doors stopped and opened again, as if a sensor had been tripped. But there was nothing in the doorway. No leg, no hand, no object. The car waited. The open lobby beyond it reflected in the elevator's mirrors, multiplying empty space into an endless line of nothing. My mind tried to supply a sensible explanation. A sensor glitch, a fault in the camera, a transient in the building's electrical system, causing interference and false signals. I'd been tired. I'd had too much coffee. I'd been staring at screens too long. But those explanations didn't account for the way the elevator had arrived from 3 without being called. They didn't account for the access system showing nothing while the camera showed a figure. They didn't account for the camera feed dying right as the figure reached for it. And they didn't account for the sense that whatever was happening on those screens had learned where I was. The hiss on my radio grew stronger. The speaker pressed faintly against my belt, vibrating. I unclipped it and held it up. The display backlight flickered. The channel number blinked. The hiss modulated slightly, like it was almost forming a pattern. My eyes went to the main entrance, the glass doors to the street. Outside, the city was quiet. A few street lights, a parked car, the pale sheen of winter air. The doors were locked, but I had the key. My hands moved before my thoughts finished forming. I shut down the idea of dealing with whatever was inside the building. I shut down the part of me that wanted to be brave. I chose the part that wanted to be alive. I stood, grabbed the master ring, the flashlight, and the incident binder out of habit, like paperwork would matter. Then I hesitated and shoved the binder back under the desk. If I left with it, someone would ask to see it. Someone would want details. Someone would make me say out loud what I'd seen. I couldn't. I hit the override for the lobby doors from inside the booth, then stepped out and walked, fast but not running, across the marble toward the exit. The elevator behind me remained open. I did not look into it again. The hiss followed me. It seemed to thicken in the air, like static before a storm. My flashlight beam jittered over the floor as my hand shook. When I reached the main doors, I fumbled the key into the lock and turned. The bolt clicked. I pushed the door open. Cold air rushed in, clean and sharp. It smelled like snow even though there wasn't any falling. I stepped outside onto the sidewalk and pulled the door shut behind me. The lock engaged automatically with a heavy clunk. Only then did I allow myself to look back through the glass. The lobby was empty. The booth light glowed. The monitors were too far away for me to see what they showed, but I could see the elevator. From outside, through the lobby, the elevator doors were still open. They began to close slowly, as if on a timer. Halfway closed, they stopped again. They opened, empty. They waited. I backed away from the building, keeping my eyes on the doors like the building could reach out and grab me if I turned my back. My breath came out in white puffs. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out expecting a missed call. No missed call. Just a notification from the security app we use for patrol checkpoints. It was the system that tracked whether I'd scanned the little RFID tags on each floor during rounds. The notification read, "Checkpoint missed. 3F hallway cam." That wasn't a checkpoint. That was the camera label. I stared at the screen until my eyes watered. Then another notification came in. Checkpoint completed. Lobby desk. The timestamp was current. I was not inside. My fingers went numb. I turned the phone off. The street around Mercer Plaza was empty at that hour. The kind of empty that makes every sound echo. My own footsteps sounded too loud. Somewhere far away, a car passed through an intersection, and its tires hissed on wet pavement. I walked to my own car, parked a block over in a paid lot, and didn't stop to check behind me. The cold had a way of making fear feel sharp and real. Inside the car, I sat with the engine off and watched the building through the gap between parked vehicles. Mercer Plaza stood there like it always did. Lights dimmed, windows dark. Nothing moved behind the glass that I could see. I told myself to go back in. I told myself I'd lose my job. I told myself I'd have to explain why I abandoned post. Then I thought about the elevator arriving from the 3rd floor without being called, and the camera feed dying as if something had touched it, and my phone insisting I'd checked in at the desk while I sat in a car. I started the engine. The radio came on automatically. Low. A talk station. Voices muffled. For a second, underneath the broadcast, I heard that same dry hiss. I shut the radio off so hard my finger hurt. I drove to the nearest all-night diner, because it was open and lit and had people. I sat in a booth under fluorescent lights and drank bad coffee and stared at the sugar packets. I didn't talk much. I didn't call anyone. I waited until morning because I didn't know what else to do. At 7:05 a.m., my supervisor finally called, angry and confused. I told him there was an equipment issue, and I stepped out to call for support. I told him the elevator had been acting up. I didn't mention the figure. I didn't mention the face that wasn't a face. I didn't mention my phone logging me in while I sat outside. He told me to meet him at the building. When we went in together, everything looked normal. The 3rd floor hallway camera was back online. The feed showed the corridor empty, bright, beige, unchanged. No dead signal, no shake, no hand reaching for the lens. We pulled footage from the DVR. The recording from monitor 6 for that time window was there, but it was corrupted. Not blank, not erased, just blocks of digital noise, the kind you get when data drops out. Except for one clear segment. The 3rd floor corridor empty, and then a single frame where a dark shape stood at the far end by the glass door. One frame. Then, noise again. My supervisor laughed in the way people do when they want you to laugh too. He called it a compression hiccup. He said the elevator probably had a sensor fault. He asked if I'd been sleeping on shift. I told him no. Later, when he walked away to talk to the building manager, I sat at the desk and opened the incident binder. Someone had added a line in my handwriting. FIN 228, subject in lobby. Under it, on the next line, a single notation that wasn't mine, and wasn't a code we used, written carefully as if someone wanted it to be read. Reference: my pen lay in its holder, capped. My hands were empty. I didn't tell anyone about that line either. If I did, it would become another joke, another story about the guard who spooked himself. I quit 2 weeks later, told them I'd found something closer to home. That was partly true. Home felt like the only place that still belonged to me. Sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night and the house is quiet, I look at my phone screen in the dark. I keep the brightness low. I check that it's really in my hand, really responding to my touch. And I think about that hallway on the 3rd floor, the sag in the carpet, the bright flat lights, and the way a figure can exist on a monitor without existing in the world. I don't know what it was. I don't know how it moved through signals and screens like they were doors. I only know that it learned where I sat, and it tried to close the distance in the only way it could, by running straight at me through the feed until there was nothing left between us, but glass and a blue screen that said no signal. I noticed the candle first because it made no sense. It was a clean, steady flame in the middle of an abandoned hospital on the 3rd floor of a building that had been boarded up since I was in high school. The rest of the place was what I expected. Drywall sagging like wet paper, tiles popped up in jagged teeth, and the stale, sweet, sour smell of old antiseptic baked into everything. But the candle sat on a metal tray like someone had set a table, and the wax was still warm enough that it looked glossy. I should have turned around right then. Instead, I did what I always do when I'm out exploring. I tried to explain it away. Maybe someone had been here earlier. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe the wind had kept it burning. Every excuse landed wrong, and I kept walking anyway. That's the thing nobody tells you about urban exploring. People think it's about ghosts, or adrenaline, or trespassing for content. For me, it was always simpler. I liked forgotten places because they were honest. They didn't pretend. They wore their damage on the outside. You could look at a cracked hallway and know exactly what time had done to it. This hospital didn't feel honest. We parked a couple blocks away, down a side street where the streetlights worked, but didn't reach the curb. The 3 of them were already excited in that loud, brave way people get when they're nervous and trying to hide it. Mason had the bolt cutters in a backpack like he was proud of them. Kira carried a flashlight big enough to double as a baton. Jonah, the newest addition to our little group, kept touching the strap of his camera bag and grinning like he'd finally been let into a club. I was the one who planned it. I'd found the building on an old municipal map, and then confirmed it with my own eyes 2 days earlier. Chain link fence, faded "No trespassing" sign, a side entrance that looked like it had been forced once and repaired badly. The kind of spot that had been forgotten by everyone except teenagers and the occasional copper thief. The air was cold enough to make every breath look like smoke. February does that in our part of town. It also makes metal bite your fingers, and I remember that detail because I didn't wear gloves. I never do. Not if I can help it. I like to feel what I'm touching. It's a stupid habit, but it's mine. We slipped through the fence where it had been peeled back near the loading dock. It wasn't hard. Nothing snapped. Nothing clanged. That should have felt like luck. Instead, it felt like being let in. Inside, our lights caught the glossy black of mold and the pale green of old paint. The lobby still had a reception desk with a hole punched through the counter, where someone had ripped out equipment. A brochure rack lay on its side, spilling curled pamphlets that had gone soft with moisture. I checked the floor before I stepped, scanning for weak spots the way I always do. Kira teased me for it once, but she also follows my footsteps whenever it gets sketchy. Mason and Jonah drifted ahead, their beams darting like they were trying to wake the place up. On the 1st floor, we found the usual, a waiting room with chairs missing cushions, a hallway where someone had spray painted a cartoon skull that looked more bored than scary. On the 2nd floor, a nurse's station with drawers yanked open, and papers scattered like confetti. The sound of our boots echoed too cleanly. There wasn't the usual drip-drip of water I expected in a building this old. It was quiet in a way that made my ears ring by the time we climbed to the 3rd floor. The excitement had settled into focus. That's always my favorite part, the moment when the place starts to feel real, not just a story you're telling yourself. The third-floor corridor was narrower, lined with patient rooms. Most of the doors were gone, leaving dark rectangles. In a few, the hospital beds remained, frames rusted and mattresses gone. In others, there were piles of junk, broken plastic bins, a wheelchair missing a wheel, a row of IV poles leaning like thin trees. Halfway down the hall, Jonas stopped and pointed his light into one room. "Dude," he whispered, like volume alone could wake something. I moved past him and looked in. The room was wrong. It wasn't renovated or restored. It was just occupied. There was a folding chair in the corner with a blanket draped over it. A plastic storage tote sat under the window. On a little rolling tray table there was a paper plate with a sandwich that looked fresh, the bread pale and soft, instead of stale and gray. Next to it were 2 bruised bananas and a half-open jar of peanut butter. The candle was there too, set in the middle like a centerpiece. The flame didn't flicker when our lights hit it. It just kept burning, calm and sure. Kira leaned in behind me, and her breath brushed my shoulder. I heard Mason's boots stop at the doorway. "Is this recent?" Mason asked, and for once he didn't sound amused. I didn't answer. I stepped forward, slow, listening for any sound from deeper in the room. The window was boarded, but the boards had gaps. Cold air seeped through in thin streams, carrying the faintest smell of coffee. Coffee! Not mildew, not rot. Coffee! The candle had been lit on purpose. The food hadn't been left weeks ago. Someone had eaten here today. I felt my stomach tighten like I'd missed a stare. "Back out," I said. Low. "Now." Jonah, of course, lifted his camera. The lens clicked quietly. "This is insane. Like, someone's living here." "Back out," I repeated, sharper. Mason raised his hands in surrender, the way he does when he wants to show he's not the problem, and took a step backward. That's when the door behind us swung inward and shut. Not slammed, not windblown. Shut with deliberate pressure like a hand on the other side guiding it into place. All 4 of us froze. The candle flame trembled once, like it had felt the air move. A small sound followed, metallic and final. Click. For half a second my brain tried to turn it into something else. An old latch catching, a pipe settling, but the sound was too clean, too sharp. A lock turning. Kira's flashlight beam wobbled across the wall. "Did that just shotch?" I hissed. I went to the door. The handle was the old lever kind, dull aluminum. I pressed down. It didn't budge. And I pressed harder. Nothing. Mason stepped in close and his shoulder bumped mine. He grabbed the lever and yanked like force could change physics. The door stayed put. Jonah's breathing got loud. Not sobbing, not panicking yet. Just that fast inhale-exhale you hear right before someone loses it. I put my ear to the door. The wood was cold. I could hear nothing on the other side. No footsteps retreating. No shuffling. No voice. Just the distant hum of a building settling, and our own pulse in our ears. Kyra swung her light around the room like she expected to catch a face behind the curtain. But there was no curtain. Just a bare window and boards. "Okay," Mason said, trying to make it sound like a joke. "Very funny. Who's messing with us?" None of us answered, because none of us had moved toward the door before it shut. There hadn't been time. There hadn't been space. The hallway outside was narrow, and our lights had been pointed outward. If someone had been standing right there, we would have seen them, unless they'd been standing in the dark beside the frame. Unless they'd been waiting. I turned away from the door and forced my brain into inventory mode. Room size maybe 12 by 12. 1 window boarded. 1 door locked. No ceiling vent big enough to crawl through. The floor felt solid. "Look for another exit," I said. My voice sounded flatter than I felt. I didn't want fear to be the loudest thing in the room. We searched. Quick and clumsy. Mason yanked open the storage tote and spilled clothes onto the floor. Sweatshirts, socks, a crumpled knit cap. Kira checked the corner by the bed frame. Jonah swept his flashlight along the baseboards, like secret doors were a normal feature in hospitals. I went to the window. The boards were nailed from inside, not outside. Whoever did it had been in this room and wanted it closed off. I traced the nails with my fingers. Fresh metal. Some of the wood was new too. Not the same gray, splintering stuff in the hallway. Someone had been improving this room, making it theirs. On the tray table there was also a phone. An old prepaid model, screen dark. I picked it up. Dead. Or turned off. No signal anyway. These concrete buildings eat reception. Next to the phone was a set of keys with a blue plastic tag, the kind hospitals put on supply closets. The tag had writing on it in black marker. 3E, third floor, east wing. It hit me then, sharp as the lock sound. This room wasn't random. It was a base. Whoever lived here had access to the building. Maybe not all of it, but enough. My flashlight beam crossed the plate again, and I saw something else. The sandwich had a bite missing. Not dried, not discolored. The bite mark was clean, the bread still springy around it. The person who made it had stepped away mid-meal. I set the phone and keys back exactly how I found them. I don't know why. Habit, maybe. Or some instinct that said, don't give them a reason. Kira stood near the door now, her light aimed at the crack under it. There's no light in the hall, she whispered. Because they turned it off, Jonah said, and his voice cracked. Mason tried the handle again, quieter this time, like he thought the lock would be less stubborn if he didn't offend it. It wasn't. My heart was loud enough to make me angry. I forced air in through my nose, slow. Think like you're alone. Think like there's no one coming to help. Because there probably isn't. Hospitals like this are mazes. If someone is living inside one, they know the maze better than you. There was a faint sound then. Not from the hallway, from above us. A creak, then another. Slow steps. The ceiling tiles in this room were missing in one corner, revealing dark joists and some dangling wiring. The steps didn't sound like they were directly overhead. They sounded like they were moving along the corridor outside, but the acoustics bent it. Kira lifted her light to the ceiling, and her beam shook. The candle flame dipped, then straightened. I backed away from the door and motioned them closer with my hand. We huddled near the far wall, near the window, because it felt safer to be away from the entrance, even though there was nowhere to go. I could smell the food now. Warm bread and peanut butter. My body did something I hated. It took in the details like it was trying to make this normal. From the hallway came a small scrape, like something being dragged across tile. Then silence. Then a voice low and close to the door, like the person was leaning their mouth near the seam. Stay, the voice said. Just that one word. No yelling, no threat. A command delivered like instruction. Kira's eyes went wide. Jonah made a sound in his throat like he'd tried to swallow a scream. Mason, to his credit, didn't talk. He just stared at the door as if he could see through it. My mind flashed through options and rejected most of them immediately. We could try to break the door down, but older hospital doors are solid and designed to take impacts. We could try to pry the lock, but we didn't have tools inside the room. We could yell, call the police, but phones were dead and voices would echo in a building like this. Whoever was out there would hear us and decide what to do next. The voice came again, softer. You don't belong here. I swallowed. We're leaving, I said, loud enough to carry. Open the door, we'll go. No response. The scrape sound returned, closer, then stopped. Something slid along the floor in front of the door. A wedge? A bar? The candle flame trembled like it was laughing at me. I looked at the others and made a decision that felt both stupid and necessary. If this person wanted us to stay, the worst thing we could do was sit and wait for them to get brave enough to open the door and do whatever they planned. We needed leverage, something to force that lock, or at least to make enough noise that it bought us seconds. My eyes landed on the metal tray table. It had wheels. The legs were thin but sturdy. I grabbed it, tipped it, and tested the weight. The top was metal, the kind that dents but doesn't shatter. Mason understood without me explaining. He lifted the bed frame, the empty skeleton of it, and dragged it across the floor. The sound was harsh, ringing. I didn't care anymore about stealth. Stealth was already dead. Kira picked up the folding chair and held it like a shield. Jonah clutched his camera bag, useless, and I saw his hand shake so hard he couldn't unzip it. On 3, I said to Mason, and I hated that my voice sounded like I'd done this before. I hadn't. I'd kicked doors during explorations when we got stuck in stairwells or found ourselves behind a jammed latch, but this was different. There was a person on the other side of this one. 1, I said. The hallway stayed silent, but I could feel presence through the door like heat. 2, I gripped the tray table and tightened my arms, ready to slam the edge into the area around the lock. The idea was to shock it, bend it, break something. It was a desperate plan, and I knew it. 3, we hit the door at the same time. Metal on wood, a violent crack. The door shuddered in its frame, but held. Mason slammed the bed frame again, and the whole room rang with it. The candle flame jerked sideways. From the other side, something thumped against the door in answer, hard like a body leaning into it, or a fist. "Stop," the voice snapped, no longer calm. "Stop, stop." We didn't. I struck again, and this time I felt something give. Not in the wood, but in the hardware. The lever rattled. The lock plate screamed in protest. Mason hit again, and a new sound cut through the noise. The thin, high snap of wood splitting near the latch. The door moved a fraction of an inch. Air pushed through the crack, carrying the smell of the hallway. Cold dust, old paint, and something sour like sweat that had been trapped in clothes too long. "Again," I said, and then I stopped wasting words. We hit the door until our shoulders ached and my palms stung from metal vibration. The door finally popped inward at the latch. Not open, but loose enough that I could wedge my fingers into the gap. Something shoved from the other side, slamming the door back toward the frame. My fingers got pinched and pain flashed white. I jerked my hand away before it broke. Kira stepped forward and jammed the folding chair into the gap like a brace. The chair legs squealed on tile, but it held. Mason rammed the bed frame one more time, and the door sprang open just enough for us to see the hall. My light cut through darkness and caught a shape moving away fast. Someone low to the ground, retreating like a crab, hauling something behind them. I saw a hood, a pale hand, and then nothing as they slipped around the corner. In front of the door, on the floor, was a length of chain and a metal padlock. Not attached to anything now, just abandoned in the rush. The person had planned to keep us in that room. They'd brought tools. "Go," I said. We pushed through the opening, shoving the chair aside, spilling into the hallway like we'd been held underwater, and finally found air. My flashlight beam jittered along the walls. The corridor looked different in the dark. Narrower, more alive. We ran. Not mindless sprinting, but fast, controlled, following the route we'd come, because it was the only map my brain trusted. My boots slapped tile. Mason's breath sounded like a saw. Jonah made small choking noises behind us. Kira stayed close, her light sweeping corners. At the end of the corridor, we hit the stairwell door and shoved through it. The stairwell smelled like damp concrete. The metal railing was freezing when my hand grabbed it. We descended too fast, half sliding, half running. Somewhere above us, a door banged. The sound traveled down the stairwell like a warning shot. On the second floor landing, I heard footsteps, not below us, but behind, up maybe, or on our level. The acoustics made it impossible to place. I didn't look back. I kept moving. We burst onto the first floor and crossed the lobby, our lights bouncing off the reception desk and the broken brochure rack. The front entrance was still blocked, boards and a chain, but I remembered the side door near the loading dock. I led without thinking, turning left, then right, through a corridor where the floor was littered with shattered glass. My boots crunched loud. I didn't care. I only cared about distance and daylight and the feel of open air on my face. At the loading dock, the side door was exactly where it had been. The padlock we'd cut earlier hung crooked, still defeated. I yanked the door open and cold night air rushed in so hard it made my eyes water. We spilled out into the alley and didn't stop until we reached the fence gap. Mason went through first, hauling himself like his life depended on it. Kira followed. Jonah stumbled, almost tripping, and I grabbed the back of his jacket and shoved him through. I went last. And as I stepped into the streetlight glow, I looked back. The hospital stood black against the sky, a block of windows like empty eye sockets. No one stood in them. No light moved. No silhouette watched us from the door, but the side door we'd just come through eased inward, slow, like someone was pulling it closed carefully, quietly the way you would if you didn't want the latch to click too loud. I ran. We didn't talk until we were back at the car. Even then, it wasn't the kind of conversation you can put into neat quotes. It was swearing and breathing, and questions that nobody could answer. Jonah kept looking at his hands like he expected to see blood. There wasn't any. My fingers throbbed where they'd been pinched, and when I flexed them, pain shot up my forearm. Kira wanted to call the police. Mason argued against it, which is what he always does when he's afraid of getting in trouble. I surprised myself by agreeing with Kira, not because I wanted someone punished, because I didn't want the next group to walk into that room and find the candle and the fresh food and think, like I did, that it was just another weird detail in a dead building. We drove to a gas station with bright lights and cameras, and I used the clerk's phone to call it in. I didn't say we'd been exploring. I said we'd seen movement inside, signs someone was living there, that the building wasn't empty and the side entrance had been breached. I kept my voice steady. The dispatcher asked questions I answered as plainly as I could. I left out the locked door at first, because it sounded crazy. Then I forced myself to say it anyway. Someone tried to trap us, I said. They locked us in a room. There was a pause. Then the dispatcher's tone sharpened. She asked for exact address, cross streets, description of the person. I had almost nothing to give her. Hoodie, pale hand, low to the ground, fast. When we finally got home, I couldn't sleep. The night stayed stuck in my chest like smoke. I sat on my bed and scrolled through my camera roll, looking at the photos I'd taken earlier in the hospital. Cracked tiles, graffiti, the empty bed frames. The last photo was a blurry shot Jonah had grabbed of the tray table with the food and the candle, and I stared at it until my eyes burned. There's a reason I'm writing this down the way it happened, with the boring details and the ugly fear. I'm not doing it for a campfire. I'm doing it because the most dangerous part of that night wasn't the hospital itself. It was the moment I saw proof that someone was there, alive, eating, keeping aflame, and I still convinced myself it was fine. I've gone back over the timeline 100 times. I've listened for things I missed, signs I ignored, the coffee smell, the new wood, the hospital key tag, marked 3E, the bite in the sandwich, even the way the door shut controlled, careful like the person didn't want to waste energy. A week later, I checked local updates and saw a brief note about police responding to a report at the old hospital, finding evidence of trespass and possible squatters. Nothing confirmed. The building got a new chain on the side entrance for about a month. Then someone cut it again. I don't explore anymore. Not like I used to. I still catch myself looking at dark windows when I drive past empty buildings, imagining the inside, imagining the thrill. But then I remember the candle flame holding steady in that small room, and the lock clicking from the outside, and the voice that said stay like I was a dog that had wandered into its yard. Now when I see an abandoned place, I don't think about ghosts. I think about people who don't want to be found, and how quiet they can be until you give them a reason not to be. The first time I saw him, my wipers were losing a fight with freezing rain, and I was already late for work. It was one of those Colorado mornings where the sky can't decide if it wants to be night or day, and the road glows dull and bruised under your headlights. I was crawling along the frontage road that feeds into the highway, coffee cooling in the cup holder, heater clicking like it was thinking about giving up, when I caught movement on the shoulder. A person stood near the guardrail with their hood up, thumb out, backpack on the wet gravel like it had been dropped and forgotten. No bus stop, No houses close enough to explain it. Just a long strip of asphalt, a drainage ditch full of iced-over weeds, and the wind pushing mist across the lanes. I don't pick up hitchhikers, I'm not that guy. I'm a commuter, I live by schedules and podcasts and the quiet math of miles per gallon. But there was something about how still he was, like he'd been placed there, and something about the weather that made me imagine him walking for hours in that cold. Before I could talk myself out of it, I signaled and pulled onto the shoulder. He didn't wave or hurry. He just opened the passenger door and sat down with the kind of careful motion you use when you're trying not to make noise. He smelled like damp wool and cold air. No cigarette smoke, no booze. His hands were bare and pale at the knuckles, as if he'd been holding them in his pockets too long. I waited for the normal exchange. "Where are you headed? Thanks. Sorry, this is weird." Instead, he looked forward through the streaked windshield and said very calmly that the highway would be blocked in about 10 minutes. I laughed once, under my breath, because what else do you do with a statement like that? The on-ramp was right ahead. The traffic seemed normal. Brake lights in the distance, sure, but it was morning. He didn't turn his head. He didn't smile. I merged anyway because that's what you do when you've already committed to being late, and you can't afford to add pulled over for no reason to your list of sins. The first sign was the smell. Even with the windows closed, there's a distinct scent that comes before trouble on wet roads. Hot rubber, a bitter tang, like somebody struck a match too close to your face. I caught it right after the curve where the concrete barrier starts, the one I take every weekday without thinking. Ahead, a delivery van was riding the right lane too close to the shoulder, the rear end shimmying like a dog shaking off water. Then the van clipped the rumble strip. It corrected too hard. The back swung out. For a half second, it looked like the driver might save it. Then it spun. Everything happened in a sequence. My brain still plays in pieces. The van sliding sideways, the flash of its taillights, a sedan swerving left, the sedan's tires hitting the slick seam between lanes, the sedan turning broadside. The sound came through the glass like a dull drumbeat. Metal against barrier, a crunch you feel in your teeth. Traffic collapsed. A wave of brake lights. Horns that sounded panicked and thin. People were already stepping out onto the shoulder, hands up. Faces turned toward the wreck as if staring could pull it back into place. I slowed to a stop with everyone else, heart hammering, and glanced at the passenger seat like I expected some smug expression. He was watching the pile-up without any change in his face. His eyes were light, not bright, the color of old glass. "You saw that coming," I blurted, then hated myself for making it sound like a joke. He didn't answer directly. He said the next one would happen after we moved again, and it would be worse if people rushed. He said it like someone giving weather updates. Traffic inched. We crept past the first accident. A trooper hadn't arrived yet. Just drivers in hoodies, standing too close, phones out, looking for something to do. A woman was crying by the barrier, mascara streaking down, a hand pressed to her mouth. I forced my eyes forward and kept both hands on the wheel. When we cleared the wreck, the highway opened up. Cars accelerated as if they could outrun what they'd just seen. The usual human trick, pretend it was someone else's problem. I told myself my passenger had made a lucky guess. The kind of vague prediction anybody could make in bad weather. Still, my palms stayed damp on the steering wheel. A few miles later, the drizzle thickened into something closer to sleet. The road surface darkened, glossy in patches. I slowed a little. Cars still flew past in the left lane, spraying gritty mist. My passenger shifted just enough that the seat fabric creaked. He said that at the bottom of the next hill, a pickup would lose control because it was tailgating, and the driver would blame the road instead of themselves. I stared forward, jaw tight. The hill he meant was a long familiar slope that dipped under an overpass and leveled near a line of cottonwoods. I drove it every day. Nothing about it felt haunted or special. It was just concrete and physics. A lifted pickup appeared in my rearview mirror, headlights glaring. It rode my bumper like it wanted to climb into my trunk. I tapped the brakes lightly, more warning than slowing, and moved to the right lane when I could. The pickup surged past, engine whining. tires throwing slush. It cut in front of me and immediately rode the bumper of the SUV ahead. At the bottom of the hill, under the overpass shadow, the SUV braked, not hard, just enough to adjust to merging traffic. The pickup didn't have the distance. I watched its front end dip, then the rear fishtail. The driver overcorrected, and the truck shot sideways into the left lane. A small hatchback was there, nowhere to go. The hatchback hit the truck's rear quarter panel and spun, sliding toward the median like it was on a track. This time the sound was sharp, tires screaming. A single impact like a door slammed by something stronger than a person. I pulled onto the shoulder, hazard lights on, because my legs felt like they'd forgotten how to work. Cars streamed past, some slowing, some not. The overpass columns made everything look segmented, like a flip book you couldn't stop. My passenger stayed seated. His hands rested on his thighs. His breathing was steady enough that I noticed mine wasn't. People ran. Someone yelled into a phone. A man in a beanie waved his arms at oncoming cars like he could push them back. I sat there with my hazards blinking, watching steam rise from crumpled metal, and the thought that kept coming wasn't fear. It was irritation, which is the strangest thing to admit. Irritation at the idea that this was real, that my day had been hijacked by something I didn't have a category for. I pulled back into traffic when it started moving again, because the shoulder was filling up and I didn't want to be part of the problem. My passenger didn't look at me. I tried to make sense of it the way I make sense of everything, through practical explanations. Maybe he listened to police scanners. Maybe he worked in dispatch. Maybe he'd been in accidents before and could read the road like a book. Then he said the next accident wouldn't involve us at all, but I'd see it if I looked to the right at the moment the sun broke through. There was no sun, just a gray lid over everything. I drove eyes forward, feeling ridiculous for even entertaining him. The commute stretched out, slowed by rubbernecking and caution. My coffee sat untouched, tasting like burnt plastic in my mouth. 10 minutes later, the clouds thinned, not to blue but to a brighter gray. A pale wash of light spilled across the lanes. I didn't decide to look right. I just did, like my neck was being tugged. A semi-truck was on the parallel service road, separated from the highway by a strip of wet grass and a shallow ditch. It was moving too fast for that road. I could see it from above, because the highway was slightly elevated there. The semi hit a pooled patch of water at the edge of a curve. The trailer swayed once, then twice, then tipped like a slow-falling tree. It rolled onto its side in a shower of spray and grit, sliding until it hit the ditch and stopped. Even from a distance, I saw the cab jolt. I saw the driver's side door fly open and slam shut again. My throat tightened. I kept driving because I couldn't do anything else. I didn't speak for a long time after that. The world felt thinner, as if the rain had washed something important off the surface of things. The hitchhiker finally turned his head toward me. He didn't look triumphant. He looked tired, like someone who's been awake through too many nights. He said he needed me to keep going, no matter what I thought I saw in the mirror. That got my attention in the worst way. My eyes darted to the rear view. Just cars. A gray sedan. A white SUV. A line of commuters with the same blank forward stare I probably had. I asked him carefully because my voice felt too loud in the small cabin. How he knew these things. He didn't answer the question. He said the road didn't like being surprised, and that it was better when someone was ready. I told him that didn't make any sense. I told him he was scaring me. I told him I'd drop him off at the next exit. He nodded once, as if I'd stated something obvious. We drove in a tense silence, broken only by the click of my turn signal and the steady thrum of tires over wet pavement. The heater worked harder. The windshield fogged at the edges. My hands cramped on the wheel. At the next exit, I signaled and took the ramp. It curled down toward a cluster of closed gas stations and a strip mall with empty parking lots. The kind of place that looks abandoned before dawn. I slowed at the light. It turned red. I stopped. The hitchhiker reached down and lifted his backpack like it weighed nothing. He didn't rush. He didn't look around for danger. He said he'd get out here, The door handle clicked. Cold air rushed in, bringing the smell of wet asphalt. I watched him step onto the ramp's shoulder. His shoes made no splash. That struck me as odd, but I blamed my nerves. He shut the door gently, like he respected the car more than the conversation. Then the light turned green, and I pulled forward. In the side mirror, I saw him take one step back away from the edge, as if he knew exactly how much distance to give. As I curved onto the surface street, his figure slipped behind the angle of the guardrail and was gone. It should have ended there. Weird encounter. Eerie predictions. A story you tell at lunch with a shrug and a laugh you don't feel. But the highway was still the fastest way to work. And the practical part of me, stronger than the frightened part, turned me back toward the next on-ramp a mile down. Because I couldn't justify staying on surface streets with all the lights and the slower speed, I merged again. Stomach tight. Eyes scanning the shoulder without meaning to. He wasn't there. My mind tried to reset. Maybe he'd been a local with a strange talent for reading road conditions. Maybe he'd gotten off because he was headed somewhere else. Maybe I'd done a good deed and that was all. Then my phone buzzed in the console. A traffic alert from the state app. Multiple incidents, expect delays, use caution. I felt a prickling along my arms. The alert made it official, like a stamp on a document. It wasn't just my imagination. Those accidents had happened. People had been hurt. Tow trucks would come. Insurance claims would be filed. Someone's day would pivot, and they'd never get it back. I drove the last stretch with my jaw clenched and my eyes sore from staring. The rain eased into a fine mist. The mountains were a faint smear beyond the industrial buildings. For a few miles, nothing happened. I started to breathe normally again. Enough to feel foolish. Enough to tell myself I'd been wound up by coincidence and stress. And the eerie theater of bad weather. That's when he came back. Not on the shoulder. Not standing somewhere obvious. He was in the passenger seat. There was no sound of the door opening. No movement in my peripheral vision. One moment the seat was empty, and the next moment the fabric dipped as if someone had been sitting there the whole time. My grip on the steering wheel tightened until my knuckles hurt. I didn't swerve, but my body wanted to. My heart climbed into my throat. He looked exactly the same. Hood down now. Hair dark and damp against his forehead. No water dripping. No signs he'd been outside. He didn't look at me. He stared forward. He said I needed to stay in the right lane. He said the left lane would stop suddenly, and someone would try to avoid it by cutting into the right. He said if I panicked, I'd join them. There wasn't room in my mind for disbelief anymore. There was only the hard, simple need to keep the car steady. I moved into the right lane. Up ahead, traffic flowed smoothly. No brake lights, no signs. Then, as if a curtain dropped, the left lane compressed. Red lights flared in a chain. Cars bunched. A sedan in the left lane swerved hard toward the right, trying to escape the sudden stop. It cut into my lane without enough space. My chest went cold. I didn't slam the brakes. I didn't jerk the wheel. I lifted off the gas and let the car drift back, hands steady. Exactly the way you're supposed to do in driver's ed, and almost never do in real life. The sedan's rear bumper filled my windshield for a second. Then it was gone ahead, wobbling, catching itself. A car behind me honked, long and angry. In the mirror, I saw a different vehicle in the left lane clip the median, spin, and get hit by another car that couldn't stop in time. The sound didn't reach me clearly at highway speed, but I saw the impact. I saw the sudden scatter of debris like dark birds. I tasted metal like I'd bitten my tongue, but I hadn't. The hitchhiker exhaled softly. Not relief, not satisfaction, just a breath leaving a body. I wanted to pull over. I wanted to scream. I wanted to demand explanations. Instead, I kept driving, because that was what he'd told me to do, and because my hands were locked to the wheel like they belonged there. A few exits later, the buildings changed. The familiar industrial stretch gave way to office parks, and the first signs for downtown. My work exit was coming. My routine was trying to reassert itself. The hitchhiker turned his head slightly, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. His eyes moved, tracking nothing. He said we were almost done. I asked him what that meant. My voice came out thin. He didn't answer, not in words. He raised his right hand and pointed, not at the road ahead, but at the rearview mirror. I looked. For a second, I saw my own face pale, wide-eyed, framed by the dashboard glow. Then I saw something behind the cars. Not a vehicle, not a person. A ripple in the air, like heat over asphalt, except it was cold outside. It moved against the flow of traffic, sliding forward without touching anything, as if the space itself was flexing. My stomach dropped, my breath caught. The ripple passed between two cars. Those cars drifted closer together, their paths subtly altered, like marbles pulled by a magnet. A driver braked, another overreacted, horns erupted. I forced my eyes forward again. I didn't want to see what happened behind me. The hitchhiker had warned me about the mirror, and now I understood why. My exit came up. I signaled early. I eased onto the ramp as smoothly as I could. The car behind me followed too close. Impatient, but I didn't speed up. The ramp curved. The city came into view, gray and damp. The road surface changed texture under my tires, and the sound shifted, grounding me in something physical. When I reached the bottom of the ramp, the light was red. I stopped. The hitchhiker sat quietly beside me. The cabin smelled faintly of wet wool again. Without looking at me, he said that if I got to my parking spot without rushing, I'd be fine. It was such an ordinary instruction that it almost broke me. I nodded, though he wasn't watching. The light turned green. I drove through the last stretch of surface streets at a careful speed, ignoring the people who wanted to tailgate even here, ignoring the urge to check my mirrors too often. When I pulled into my office parking lot, the lines looked too bright, the concrete looked too clean. The world looked wrong, like a set after the actors have gone home. I parked in my usual spot. I turned off the engine. The sudden silence felt like pressure. I turned my head toward the passenger seat. It was empty. No dip in the fabric, no lingering warmth, no backpack on the floor. The seatbelt lay flat against the side, untouched. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined him entirely, that stress and weather and adrenaline had combined into something vivid. Then I noticed the passenger side window. On the inside of the glass, at about shoulder height, there was a print, fogged and smeared like someone had pressed a cold hand against it and left behind the shape of their palm. Not wet, not dirty, just a clear outline in the thin film of condensation that had collected during the drive. I sat there too long, staring at that handprint, until the fog around it faded and the outline disappeared into plain glass. I went into work late, and when people asked why, I blamed the accidents on the highway. That was true, and it was the only part of the truth I could say out loud. On my lunch break, I checked the news. The crashes were all there. The van spin, the pickup collision, the semi on the service road, the later pileup near the downtown exit. Times and locations, photographs taken by strangers, official language that made it all sound manageable. I stared at those details until my eyes burned. I wrote the sequence down in my notes app, not because I wanted to remember it, but because I was afraid I wouldn't. Afraid that without the proof of the timeline, my mind would soften the edges and turn the whole thing into a dream. I've kept that note ever since, and I'm copying it here because I don't know what else to do with it. I still drive that route. I still hate being late. I still don't pick up hitchhikers, but every time the weather turns and the road turns slick and the traffic starts to tighten, I feel my eyes drawn to the shoulder. I keep my hand steady. I watch my mirrors just enough and not too much. And when the air in the car suddenly smells like damp wool, I don't look right away, because part of me knows the seat might already be taken. Snow in this city didn't fall like it did back home. Back home it came down soft, almost polite, like the sky was apologizing. Here it arrived sideways, powdered and sharp, and it found every crack in the brick and every weak seal around every ancient window. It made the whole block feel muffled, as if the world had been wrapped in felt. My first week in the apartment, I kept telling myself the building was just old. Old meant pipes that knocked like someone rapping on wood. Old meant radiators that hissed like gossip. Old meant the floorboards complaining if you crossed them wrong. I'd moved into this place because I needed a fresh start in a new city, somewhere I could be anonymous for a while. A pre-war building with high ceilings and cheap rent felt like a compromise I could live with, until the first night I heard the furniture. It started at 12:37 a.m., after the street quieted and the snow thickened outside my window. I was half asleep, drifting in that shallow space where you're still aware of the room. At first it sounded like someone dragging a chair, one long scrape across hardwood, then another, slower, heavier. The ceiling above my bed shivered. Dust sifted down in a thin sparkle from the light fixture. The scraping ended with a dull thunk. Something set down hard, like a dresser finding a new home. I sat up, blinking into darkness. Up another scrape. Longer this time, like a couch or wardrobe being shoved across the floor. Not quick, not frantic. Steady, as if whoever was up there had all night, and wanted me to know it. I checked the time, 12:42. The sound wasn't random. It moved in patterns, drag, pause, thud, drag, like someone was measuring, rearranging, planning. I muttered to myself about inconsiderate neighbors. New city, new building, same old human selfishness. I shoved in earbuds and tried to drown it out, but the vibrations came up through the bones of the place. It wasn't just noise, it was weight. At 1:10 a.m. I pulled on a hoodie and went into the hallway, and went into the hallway, and went into the hallway. The corridor was narrow and tired, painted a color that used to be cream. The light above my door buzzed faintly. Somewhere on another floor a TV murmured, then went quiet. I climbed the stairs to the apartment above mine. 2B, if the numbers were stacked the way I assumed. I stopped in front of the door, ear tilted toward the wood. Silence. No footsteps. No voices. No music. Just the cold breath of the stairwell and the distant rush of wind along the building's outer skin. I stared at the doorknob. The brass was dulled and pitted, like it hadn't been touched in a long time. I almost knocked. My hand hovered, then fell. Behind me the stairwell sighed, and I felt ridiculous. Sound traveled weird in old buildings. Maybe it was 2C. Maybe it was the floor above. I went back down, unlocked my door, stepped inside, and immediately the dragging started again, centered directly over my ceiling as if it had waited for me to return. That was the first night. The second night it happened again, and the third, always late, always heavy, always deliberate. By the fourth night I wasn't angry anymore. I was curious in a way that made my skin tight, like I'd had too much coffee. At work I caught myself staring at nothing, listening in my memory for the exact rhythm of the scraping. I kept thinking, what are you moving? And then why do you only move it at night? The next afternoon I cornered the landlord in the tiny management office off the lobby. He was a thin man with a mustache that made him look perpetually unimpressed. Papers were stacked in uneven piles on his desk. A space heater glowed red near his feet. The building smelled like wet wool and old radiator heat. I need to talk about the unit above mine, I said. The noise. His expression didn't change. Not surprised, not confused, just tired. Noise? Furniture, I said. Heavy furniture. Someone's dragging things around at night. It's shaking my ceiling. He stared at me for a long moment, then leaned back and exhaled through his nose. That unit is vacant, he said. I laughed once, because my brain couldn't find a better response. Okay, then someone's breaking in. He shook his head. No, it's been vacant for years. The word years landed wrong in my stomach. I went up there, I said. I stood at the door. He narrowed his eyes, like that was the part that bothered him. Don't do that. You're saying no one lives above me. I'm saying no one has lived there in a long time. He corrected. We don't rent it. Why not? He looked at the papers like they were suddenly fascinating. Water damage. Insurance. Mold. It's sealed. But I can touch the doorknob. Sealed, he repeated, sharper. As in, not for tenants. Not for you. My annoyance came back in a rush. But it had nowhere to go. The facts didn't fit the sound that had been shoving itself into my nights. So what am I supposed to do, I asked, when someone is moving a couch over my head at 1 a.m? The landlord's eyes flicked up, and for the first time there was something else there. Something like reluctance. You ignore it, he said quietly, or you move out. I left the office with my hands cold, even though the lobby was warm. That night the snow got worse. The wind pressed against the building like a palm. Somewhere outside, ice clinked against the fire escape. The streetlight through my blinds looked like a smeared coin. At 12:58 a.m., the dragging began. It sounded closer than ever. Not just above my bed, above the center of my apartment, like something was being pulled into position directly over me. The scrape was slower now, heavier. The pause between movements longer. Drag, stop, drag, stop. I sat upright in bed, heart tapping. Then the scraping stopped. The sudden silence was worse. In the quiet, I heard something else, softer, subtler. A slow pressure, like fingers pressing down on the ceiling. A faint creak, not from settling pipes, but from a hinge, my bathroom door. It was shut, the way I always left it. A cheap replacement door in an old frame, painted white over white over white. A thin line of darkness ran under it. I stared at that line, until my eyes began to ache. And then, without any change in light, without the flicker of a passing car, something moved under the crack. A shape darker than the darkness slid across the gap, left to right, smooth and quick, like a shadow walking by on the other side. My throat went tight. I didn't move for a second because my body was trying to decide if this was real. My hand drifted toward the doorknob without my permission. Another shadow passed under the crack. This time it paused, as if it knew I was watching. I snapped the overhead light on. The line under the door turned into a bright strip of gold, leaking onto the floor. The shadow was gone. I forced myself to open the door. The bathroom was empty. Tile, tub, mirror. The small window locked tight, the latch cold under my fingers. No place for anyone to stand. No second door. Nowhere for a shadow to come from except me. I turned the light off and closed the bathroom door again. The crack beneath it returned to darkness, and my skin crawled with the certainty that something was on the other side anyway. The next day I bought a draft stopper, one of those fabric snakes meant to keep winter air out. I shoved it against the base of the bathroom door until there was no gap at all. It was a stupid practical move, and the fact that I was doing it made me feel stupid too. That night, the scraping started again. The draft stopper didn't help. It only changed the rules. Now, when the shadow came, it didn't slide under the crack. It bled out from the sides. A thin darkness seeped from the door frame, as if the door itself was exhaling smoke. It gathered along the edge of the floor, a shallow pool that didn't reflect the room's dim light. It didn't spread far, just enough to tell me it could. I backed away until my shoulders hit the wall. In the ceiling above me, the dragging sound turned into something almost careful, like whatever was upstairs was shifting something into alignment. There was one heavy thud final, decisive, followed by a soft sound that reminded me of a hand resting on wood. Then, from somewhere that felt too close to my ear, I heard a faint scrape, not above me. Behind me, I spun, expecting to see something in my room. There was nothing, just my apartment, my boxes still half unpacked, my coat on the chair, my reflection in the window like a pale copy of a person. I didn't sleep. By day 5, I stopped pretending I could ignore it. The landlord's warning, "Don't do that," looped in my head like a dare. I started noticing details I hadn't cared about before. The call box in the lobby had blank slots where names had been removed. The hallway above mine smelled different, drier, dustier, as if air didn't move through it. That evening, when I got home, I climbed to the floor above mine again, and stood in front of 2B. In daylight, it looked even more abandoned. The paint around the frame was cracked. The bottom edge of the door wore a faint band of grime that suggested it hadn't been opened in ages. The doorknob was dull, untouched. I bent down and looked at the seam beneath it. No light leaked through, not even a sliver. The floor under the door was clean in a way the rest of the hall wasn't. Too clean. like dust couldn't settle there. I stood up too fast and banged my head lightly on the wall. The sting felt grounding. That night, the storm returned, and with it the sense that the building was listening. At 12:30 a.m., I went to the stairwell at the top of the building, where the air turned colder and the ceiling lowered. Above the top landing there was a square hatch, an attic access panel painted shut so many times it looked like part of the ceiling. I found the pull cord and yanked. Paint cracked with a sound like tiny bones snapping. The panel resisted, then swung down with a puff of ancient dust. Cold air spilled out, dry and sharp, smelling like old paper and dead wood. I unfolded the ladder and climbed. The attic wasn't a single open room. It was a crawl space under the sloped roof, a maze of beams and insulation and forgotten storage. My phone flashlight cut a narrow path through the dark. Dust drifted in the beam like slow snow, and the moment my head cleared the opening, I heard it again. I heard it again, the dragging, not above me now, beside me, as if the sound lived in the attic too. I moved carefully across the boards, laid between joists, crouching under beams. Old boxes leaned against each other like tired people. A broken mirror lay face down, wrapped in newspaper. A child's sled, metal runners rusted, was propped against a support beam like a joke. Then my light caught a door. An interior door, upright between beams, as if someone had installed it for no reason. It wasn't attached to a wall. It just stood there, framed by old lumber. The paint was yellowed. A rusted padlock hung from a hasp on the outside. The dragging stopped as I approached. In the sudden silence, I became aware of my own breathing, loud and stupid. My flashlight trembled slightly. I knelt. The gap beneath the door was packed with dust. Undisturbed, the padlock was crusted with paint and rust, the kind of lock that hadn't been opened in a decade. Yet the wood around the handle was darker, smoother, like it had been touched. I didn't have a key, I didn't have tools. All I had was the feeling that whatever was happening below me, above my apartment, was connected to this door, in a way my brain didn't want to name. I stood and swept my flashlight around, trying to see what else was stored up here. That's when I found the trunk. It was wedged behind a stack of flattened boxes, half buried in insulation. The metal corners were oxidized green. The latch was looped shut with wire, twisted tight. It looked like something a person would seal if they never wanted to see its contents again. The wire was old, brittle. I snapped it with my gloved fingers without much effort. The lid resisted, stuck with age. When it finally opened, the hinges complained in a long, aching squeal that echoed through the attic like a scream swallowed by snow. Inside were photographs, loose prints, some curled with humidity, some stuck together in thin, stubborn layers. I flipped through them with cold hands, expecting strangers' old tenants, weddings, people I'd never know. The third photo made my stomach drop so hard I felt it in my knees. It was me. Not like me. Not someone who resembled me. Me, exactly. My face, my expression, my eyes. I was standing in a room I didn't recognize, wearing a heavy winter coat I didn't own. Snow clung to my hair. Behind me, blurred, was an old radiator and a window with chipped trim. The room looked like my apartment, but older. I stared until my eyes watered. There were more. Me sitting on a bed, head bowed, as if exhausted. Me by a window staring out at snow. Me in a hallway that looked like my building's hallway, but with different paint, different light fixtures, older versions of the same place. In every photograph, my face was the same age as it is now. No grainy childhood shots. No teenage awkwardness. Just me present, crisp, captured in moments I had never lived. My fingers went numb. The attic felt suddenly smaller, the roof closer, the cold meaner. I looked at the back of the first photo with shaking hands. A date was written there in faded ink. At February 3rd, 1998, I swallowed hard and checked another. February 3rd, 1998, another. February 7th, 1998, a series. A winter. A version of me inhabiting this building, decades before I arrived. From somewhere below or beside, or through the bones of the place. The dragging started again, slow, heavy, purposeful. I turned my flashlight toward the freestanding door with the padlock. The sound seemed to come from behind it now, like someone on the other side was shifting furniture in a room that shouldn't exist. The padlock didn't move, the dust didn't stir, but the door shivered faintly in its frame, as if pressure was being applied from the other side. My phone light flickered once, then steadied. I backed away, clutching the photograph so tight the edge bit into my glove. My mind tried to build a story that made sense. Landlord lies, someone squatting, a prank, a weird coincidence, but the photo was warm from my hand, real and physical, and the date on the back was a knife. I climbed down the ladder too fast, boots slipping on the rungs. My breath came out in white bursts. When my feet hit the top landing, I nearly fell. As I pulled the attic hatch closed, I heard a final thud above me, like something heavy being set down for good. I hurried down the stairs to my floor. The hallway was dim and empty. My apartment door waited like it always did, ordinary and dumb. I fumbled my keys, hands shaking, and let myself in. Inside, everything was exactly where I'd left it. My table, my coat, the draft stopper still pressed against the bathroom door like a little guardian. I didn't turn on the lights. I stood in the dark, holding the photograph, listening. Silence. Then, from above, a soft scrape began again. One long pull across the floor of the apartment that wasn't supposed to exist, and this time from behind my bathroom door, I heard a faint echo of it, as if the sound had found a second route, like the building was aligning two rooms across time. I stared at the bathroom door until my eyes burned. The draft stopper didn't move, but the shadow seeped out anyway, thin and patient, curling along the baseboard as if tasting my apartment, not rushing, not attacking, just arriving like it belonged. I looked down at the photograph in my hand. Me, older me, standing under snowlight in a room that looked like mine but wasn't mine yet. Then the bathroom doorknob turned, slowly, as if someone on the other side had all the time in the world, and I realized with a cold clarity that hollowed me out, that maybe the unit above hadn't been vacant for years. Maybe it was waiting for me. Maybe it always had. Maybe I'd already been living there, in some winter I couldn't remember, moving furniture late at night because the sound of it was the only proof I existed. And now, in this winter, I was the one listening. The latch clicked. The door began to open. And the only thought I could hold on to, the only thing that felt true as the darkness widened, was that I had finally arrived exactly where I'd been before, exactly where I would be again, exactly where I was meant to be now. Snow makes a city feel staged. That winter, during the strictest stretch of lockdown, Denver, or something like it, stopped sounding like itself. No buses groaning at stops, no bar noise leaking into alleys, no late laughter bouncing between buildings. The snow didn't just cover the streets, it smothered them. Every flake felt like another layer of insulation between me and everyone else. I've always been socially anxious, the kind of person who rehearses hello in the elevator and still says it wrong. But I'm also the kind of person who will cross a street to pick up something someone dropped, because the idea of not doing it makes my chest hurt. That's probably why I noticed her. It was close to midnight, the air so cold it made the inside of my nose sting. I'd forced myself out for a walk because my apartment had started to feel like the inside of a skull. The sidewalks were mostly unshoveled, the snow squeaking under my boots with that dry, brittle sound it only makes when it's really freezing. Halfway down the block, under a dead street lamp that flickered like it couldn't decide whether to exist, I saw a woman standing near the locked door of a closed cafe. She was bundled in a long dark coat with snow collecting on the shoulders. Her hair was pale, almost white in the sodium glow. She held one hand against the metal shutter, forehead near her knuckles, like she was trying not to fall. I slowed, brain already listing reasons to keep moving. Stranger, night lockdown. But she shifted, a small tremor running through her shoulders, and I thought of my own mother alone somewhere, and how I'd want someone to ask. I stopped at a careful distance. "Hey, are you okay?" She turned so fast it startled me. Her face was half hidden by a mask, but her eyes were wide, glassy, and too focused, like an animal pinned by headlights. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. "My phone," she said finally, voice thin. "It died. I can't." She swallowed. "I can't go in anywhere." Nothing was open anyway, but the way she said it made it sound like a rule she couldn't break. Like going indoors would be worse than freezing outside. "I can call you a ride," I said. My hands were already numb, and digging my phone out felt like pulling it from ice. "Where are you going?" She hesitated just a beat too long. "Across town, east, near the hospital." I nodded and tried not to stare. "Okay, yeah, I can do that." The rideshare app took longer than usual to find a driver. Most people weren't working nights then, not with the streets empty and the fear thick as the snow. While it searched, the woman rocked slightly on her heels. Not a nervous sway, more like a slow, deliberate recalibration, as if she was testing where balance lived in her body. "What's your name?" I asked, because silence in the cold makes everything feel sharper. Another pause. "Mara, I'm Eli," I said, then immediately regretted it. Names made it real. When the car finally arrived, it rolled up like it didn't want to be there either. Tires crunching, headlights dull through the snowfall. The driver cracked his window just enough to speak. "You Eli?" "Yeah," I said. "She's with me." The driver's eyes flicked to Mara and lingered a fraction too long. His expression tightened, like he'd smelled something off but couldn't place it. "Back seat," he said, and popped the locks. Mara slid into the rear passenger side. She didn't brace herself on the doorframe. She didn't brush snow off her coat. She moved with an unsettling smoothness, like she'd been edited into the scene. I should have stayed outside. I should have let her go alone. But leaving her in the back seat with a nervous driver felt wrong. And if I'm honest, I was also afraid to stand out there alone again. So I got in on the other side, opposite her, and pulled the door shut. Warmth hit my face. The car smelled like coffee and disinfectant. A clear plastic sheet hung behind the front seats, taped up as a barrier. The driver's hands gripped the steering wheel like he wanted to fuse with it. We pulled away into streets that looked freshly erased. At first, everything was normal in the way nightmares sometimes start normal. The heater hummed, the wipers scraped. We passed dark buildings and empty intersections where traffic lights cycled for ghosts. Mara sat very still, hands folded in her lap. Her eyes stayed forward, fixed on the headrest in front of her, not the passing city. The driver checked his rearview mirror twice in the span of a minute. On the second glance, he asked, carefully, "You okay back there, ma'am?" Mara didn't answer. I tried to fill the gap. "She just needs to get near the hospital," I said. My voice sounded wrong in the sealed space, too loud. It's pretty rough out tonight." Mara's head turned toward the window, slow and precise. Snow streaked the glass. Streetlights slid across her face in bands. That's when I saw her wrist. Her coat sleeve had ridden up a little. The skin was pale, but around the wrist were neat oval marks, evenly spaced, like impressions left by something that had held her too tightly. Multiple points, not fingers. I told myself it was from a bracelet, from elastic, from anything, from elastic, from anything. Then her hand moved. It rotated slightly, palm up, palm down, an idle motion, except the joint didn't stop where it should. Her wrist turned too far, smoothly, without the resistance that human anatomy insists on, like the bones had learned different rules. My stomach dropped so fast it felt like freefall. "Mara," I said, quieter as if volume mattered. Her eyes slid to me, and for a second it felt like she was seeing through my skin, past my lungs, into the small trembling part of me that hated conflict and craved approval, and still somehow had walked across a street to help. Behind her mask, her cheeks lifted. Not a smile exactly, more like the shape of one remembered. The driver's breathing changed. I heard it, even over the heater. He glanced up at the mirror again, and this time his eyes widened. "Jesus," he whispered, and then louder. "Ma'am, don't do that, don't." Mara's shoulders rose. Not both together, one shoulder lifted, then the other, like a wave traveling across her back. Her neck lengthened, head tipping at an angle that made me think of a bird listening for worms beneath ice. The car drifted slightly in its lane. The driver corrected too hard. Snow hissed under the tires. "I'm pulling over," he said, voice sharp with panic. "I'm pulling." He hit the blinker. The empty street offered nowhere to hide, nowhere to stop that felt safe. But he slowed anyway, as if speed itself was the danger. Mara's hand floated toward the door handle. She didn't grasp it. She hovered above it, fingertips trembling in the air. Almost tender. "No," I breathed. I don't know who I was saying it to. The driver, Mara, the universe. The car decelerated. The red glow of brake lights painted the falling snow behind us. And then, she wasn't there. No door opened. No cold air rushed in. No latch clicked. No window lowered. No movement of fabric. The warmth remained sealed around us like a jar. 1 second, Mara sat in the corner of the back seat, eyes on me. The next second, the seat was empty, leather slowly rising as if a weight had lifted. The driver slammed the brakes fully, and my shoulder hit the door. My phone slipped from my hand and clattered onto the floor mat. What the hell?" the driver yelled, twisting around in his seat. I stared at the empty space, waiting for reality to correct itself, for her to be crouched on the floor, or wedged behind me, or pressed against the barrier plastic like a prank. Nothing. The smell, though. Something lingered, wet wool and pennies, and that sharp scent you get when you bite your tongue. The driver's eyes were wild. He fumbled for the door locks, hammering the buttons as if locking and unlocking could undo what we'd seen. Did she get out? Did you see?" "The doors didn't open," I said, voice cracked. "They didn't." He made a sound between a sob and a laugh. Get out of my car." I didn't argue. I shoved the door open and stumbled into the snow. Cold punched me in the face. The street was empty in every direction. A long corridor of light and shadow and falling white. No footprints appeared where Mara could have stepped. No figure ran into an alley. There was nowhere she could have gone without leaving a mark. The driver peeled away before I even shut the door. His taillights smeared red into the snowfall and vanished like they'd been swallowed. I stood there with my mouth open, breath steaming, feeling like I'd stepped into someone else's story. I walked home because I had no phone and no other plan. Every intersection felt like a trap. Every dark doorway felt occupied. My own building lobby smelled like bleach and old mail, and the familiarity didn't help, because if that could happen out there, then home was just another set piece. I didn't sleep. I tried to explain it to myself in loops until my head hurt. Maybe she'd been hiding in the footwell. Maybe the driver had secretly unlocked the door. Maybe I'd hallucinated from stress. But the next day, when I went back to the street where the car had stopped, the snow was still clean. No tracks, no scuffs, like she'd never weighed anything at all. I filed a report through the rideshare app on my laptop. The form box was too small for what I needed to say. Passenger disappeared. I typed it, deleted it, typed it again. It sounded like a joke. It sounded like a lie. The app responded with an automated apology and a coupon. That night, I kept my curtains closed. A week later, taking out the trash, I saw her again. She stood across the alley by the cafe's back entrance, exactly where the snow piled higher against the fence. Same coat, same pale hair, same stillness. Her head was turned toward my building, as if she'd been waiting for the right window to light up. My hand shook so hard I almost dropped the trash bag. I backed inside and locked the door like a lock meant anything. After that, she became a rhythm in my life. Not every day, not every week, but often enough that my anxiety stopped being a trait and became a schedule. Sometimes she was at the far end of the street when I looked out at night, a solitary figure under a lamp, facing the wrong direction. Sometimes she appeared in reflection store windows, the darkened screen of my microwave, the glossy black of my turned-off TV. Always there just long enough for my heart to rise into my throat. Always gone when I turned around. The worst part was that she never chased me. If she'd chased me, I could have run. I could have fought. I could have called someone and said there's a woman following me, but you can't report a figure in a reflection. You can't explain a disappearance from a sealed car. You can't tell anyone that the thing you helped on a snowy night has decided you're worth keeping. Months went by. Lockdown eased in waves. People started returning to sidewalks in cautious numbers. My neighbors began nodding again in the hall. I tried to force myself back into normal life. Walks, grocery runs, polite small talk at a distance. Mara kept appearing anyway, like the city's new rule was that she could be anywhere, as long as she stayed quiet. One evening in late autumn, I finally worked up the nerve to test something. I went out at night, intentionally, and walked the block where I'd first seen her. Snow hadn't started yet, but the air had that sharp edge that promised it. The cafe shutter was still down. The street lamp still flickered. She was there, under the blank sign space, facing the metal gate, one hand raised as if mid-knock. My throat closed. My legs wanted to carry me backward, but I forced myself forward, stopping at the same careful distance I'd kept that first night. "Mara," I said. Saying her name felt like putting my hand into dark water. She turned. Her mask was on, crooked. Her eyes were bright and flat. Snow wasn't falling, but her shoulders were dusted with white anyway, like she brought winter with her. "I helped you," I whispered. "Why do you keep—" She took one step. It wasn't a normal step. It was too smooth, too silent, the way a video looks when it drops frames. The distance between us shortened without her fully crossing it. I stumbled back, breath ragged. My skin prickled as if the air had turned electric. Mara lifted her hand, palm up and her fingers unfurled, each finger bent slightly too far at the joint, like a glove being worn by something with longer bones. Her wrist rolled, slow, demonstrating the same impossible range I'd seen in the car. Then she pointed at me, not accusing, not threatening, selecting, and in that instant I understood the causal chain I'd been trying not to see. The isolation that had made me leave my apartment, the altruism that had made me cross the street, the way she'd looked at me like she was measuring whether I'd open. I'd offered help. I'd opened a door, maybe not a literal one, but something in me, a permission, a pathway. Mara's head tilted, her eyes narrowed in that almost smile way, like she recognized the moment I accepted what was happening. Behind her mask, her cheeks lifted again. I ran. I ran all the way home, lungs burning, fingers numb, heart trying to claw out of my ribs. I slammed my door, locked it, shoved a chair under the handle like I was in a bad movie. That night, the first snow of the season began to fall. I lay awake in bed listening to the hush return to the city, the same smothering quiet as the night I met her. At some point, I realized the silence outside wasn't just snow, it was waiting. I got up and stood in my living room with all the lights off. The window reflected my face back at me, pale and sleepless. Across the street, under the flickering lamp, a figure stood perfectly still, pale hair, dark coat, crooked mask. She was closer than she'd ever been, as if my running had only shortened the distance. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. I watched her watch my building, and the sense of being chosen settled into my bones like cold. Then, very slowly, she raised her hand and pressed it to the air in front of her like the glass was right there. Like my window was only a thin skin between us, and in the reflection, in the dark pane where my face floated, I saw her hand on the inside of the glass, matching mine even though my hand was still at my side. Her fingers spread, too long, too jointed, too patient. She smiled with her eyes and leaned closer, as if to whisper through the barrier. I backed away until my spine hit the wall, and I realized with a sick certainty that she wasn't outside at all. She was already here, learning the shape of my rooms, learning the rhythm of my fear, waiting for the moment I'd be lonely enough to open something again, waiting the way winter waits, quiet, inevitable and endless. I keep a field log because it keeps me honest, not poetic. Honest, practical honest. Distances, temps, wind, snowpack notes. In the back country, lies start small. I'm not that tired. I can push another mile. That sound was nothing. A log forces you to write down what happened, not what you wish happened, that winter night. I wrote what happened, and it still doesn't read like something that should be possible. I'd gone in alone, late January, high elevation basin, deep wilderness, mountainous terrain that funneled wind above the tray line, but stayed oddly calm in the timber. The forecast was clear. No storm, no weird pressure swing, no reason to expect anything beyond cold and quiet. I wanted quiet. I'm not new to solo trips. I've done them for years. Guiding seasons, SAR training weekends, personal resets when the world gets too loud. I know the difference between fear and caution, between imagination and sensory data. I know that in winter your mind can do strange things if you're underfed or dehydrated. So when I heard a child crying in the forest, I immediately checked myself. It was dusk. I'd just stomped out my tent platform in the basin, a few hundred yards from the tree line. The snow was firm enough to squeak under my boots. My breath came out in steady white ropes. I was threading guy line through a taut line hitch when the sound drifted in thin, wet, and human. A child crying. Not a fox's scream, not a coyote yip, not wind rubbing a branch. Crying. Close enough that my spine tightened like someone had pinched a nerve. I went still, hands hovering over the cord. The sound rose and fell like someone trying to breathe through sobs. It wasn't dramatic, it wasn't a horror movie wail. It was worse. Ordinary, exhausted crying, like a kid who'd been lost too long. My first instinct was to go toward it. My second instinct, the one built from long years of survival math, said, "There is no child out here." There were no trails nearby besides the one I'd cut in myself. No roads, no cabins, no tracks, but mine. In deep winter, a child doesn't appear miles from civilization without leaving a story behind in the snow. Still, I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded too loud, too flat. "You okay?" The crying didn't answer. It just continued, unbothered, as if it hadn't heard me at all. I finished setting the tent with hands that suddenly felt clumsy. I kept looking toward the timber where the sound came from, but the trees were already turning into a black wall. I lit my stove, more for the comfort of routine than hunger, and boiled water when I was sealed inside the tent later, sipping something hot. The crying stopped. I thought good. My brain was wrong. I slept lightly, as you do in cold, in and out, listening to the tent fabric tick as it stiffened, listening to the occasional soft sigh of snow settling off branches. Then, sometime after midnight, I woke with the distinct sensation that something had changed outside. The air felt held, like the world was waiting. I lay still, counting my breaths. No wind, no animals, no creek. Even the normal distant groans of trees and cold were absent. Silence so complete it made my ears ring. I unzipped my bag enough to free an arm and reached for my headlamp. I didn't turn it on yet. I listened. A faint scrape. Not footsteps exactly. More like something dragging lightly across snow. Slow, careful, then nothing. I told myself it was a branch shedding snow. That happens. It can sound close. It can sound deliberate. But the scrape had rhythm. A pause. Another scrape. Like someone testing the surface. I clicked my headlamp on at the dimmest setting and eased open the vestibule zipper. Cold poured in. My light spilled onto the snow outside. That's when I saw the birds. A circle of dead birds arranged around my tent. They were small, dark, winter-tough little bodies. Juncos, finches, maybe a sparrow, laid out evenly, each one spaced like someone had measured. Their heads pointed inward toward my shelter. Their wings were folded tight, not torn. No mess, no blood, no scatter, just a ring. My brain tried to supply a reason. Owl kills? Martin stash? Weird coincidence? But there were no tracks crossing the circle. I leaned out farther, sweeping my light along the ring. Then beyond it, my own boot prints were there from earlier, dulled by frost, but nothing else entered or exited that perimeter. No animal trail, no human tread, no wing marks. The snow between birds was smooth. I pulled back inside and zipped up fast, hands suddenly shaking in a way I didn't like. Panic makes you stupid. I told myself to do the usual checks: hydration, calories, temperature, breathing rate. I forced myself to drink, forced myself to eat a bar I didn't want. Then the crying started again, closer than before. It threaded through the tent fabric like smoke, not loud, not frantic, just steady, damp misery. It didn't sound downhill now. It sounded level with me, like it had moved through the timber and found my basin. I stayed in my bag for a long time, listening, trying to pinpoint direction. The sound didn't behave like sound should. It didn't bounce. It didn't fade when the wind shifted. It simply existed, in the exact place my mind didn't want it. Eventually, I cracked the vestibule open again. Moonlight washed the snow a pale blue. My headlamp beam swept across the birds, then up toward the tree line, and there it was. A tall, thin figure standing just inside the forest, not bulky like a person in layers, not wide like a tree trunk. Too straight, too narrow, too intentional. It held itself upright in a way that made my throat tighten. I couldn't make out features, only outline and posture. I froze. The figure lifted its arm. At the same time, without choosing to, I lifted mine. Shock made my muscles copy what I was seeing. Like a reflex, my gloved hand rose halfway, palm angled toward the trees. The figure's arm rose in perfect sync. I lowered my hand slowly. It lowered its hand the same way, same speed, as if we were linked by an invisible joint. A cold sweat broke under my layers. I felt ridiculous and terrified at once. The way you feel when something violates the rules so cleanly you can't even argue with it. I shifted my weight inside the tent, just a small adjustment. The figure shifted too, mirroring the movement at that distance, like it could feel my bones. The crying continued, but now it felt less like a sound in the forest, and more like a pressure in my skull. I zipped the vestibule shut hard enough to clack the zipper teeth. I killed my headlamp. Darkness swallowed the tent, but my mind kept projecting that thin silhouette anyway, like an afterimage burned into my vision. I didn't sleep. I sat upright, knees drawn, listening for approach, for footsteps, for a hand on fabric, for anything. Nothing came. The crying stopped as abruptly as if someone had pressed a finger to lips. When the sky began to pale, I decided I was leaving at first light. No debate. I moved carefully, quietly. I reached for my gloves. They weren't where I left them. That made me pause. My gear is my religion out there. Everything has a place, and the place doesn't change. That's how you function when your hands are numb, and daylight is short. I clicked the headlamp on, and swept the interior. My gear had been moved. Not stolen, not tossed around. Organized. My socks lined up by size. My cook kit nested perfectly, lid set beside it like a display. My energy bars stacked with wrappers facing the same direction. My spare batteries laid in a neat row. Even my headlamp strap had been folded into a tidy rectangle. It looked like someone had cleaned my tent while I slept. The only problem was, the zippers were still closed. The fabric wasn't torn. There was no snow inside. No sign of someone brushing past the walls. Nothing that said intrusion. Just the result, waiting for me to notice. I felt my thoughts start to race, trying to generate explanations fast enough to outrun what my senses were telling me. Sleepwalking. Hypoxia. Some kind of prank. Impossible this far in, with no tracks. My throat went dry. I swallowed and forced myself into action. Pack. Fast. I stuffed the 2 neat items into my bag without caring about order. I rolled the tent with stiff, angry hands. Outside, the birds still ringed the platform like a boundary line I hadn't agreed to. The sky was brightening to steel gray. The basin looked almost peaceful. The crying started again. From the timber. I didn't answer it. I didn't call out. I didn't shine my light into the trees. I shouldered my pack and stepped onto my broken trail, the trough of my previous day's prints leading out. Snow creaked under each step. My breath came fast, too loud. After a few minutes, I stopped and looked back. The flattened tent platform sat empty. The ring of birds was still visible, and at the edge of the trees, the tall, thin figure stood again. Daylight should have made it less frightening. Instead, it made it more real. The outline was still wrong. Too narrow, too upright, too sure of itself. I didn't mean to test it, but my hand twitched upward. Just a few inches. The figure's arm twitched up too. The same amount. I turned and walked. At first, I tried to keep my pace controlled. A steady evacuation is safer than a panic sprint. But the longer I went, the more I became aware of a second cadence in the world. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I'd take 2 steps and hear 2 soft compressions behind me. I'd pause, and the sound would pause. I'd start again, and it would start again, matching me. Sometimes it was so faint I thought I imagined it. Then I'd hear it crisp and undeniable, and my stomach would drop. I didn't run. Running makes you fall. Falling makes you sweat. Sweat makes you freeze. But I walked faster than I should have, burning through energy, ignoring the tightness building in my calves. The crying returned once more, closer than it had any right to be, threading between trees to my left. It sounded like it was keeping pace with me, the way a companion might. I refused to look toward it. The forest seemed to lean inward as the sun climbed. Shadows stretched across my trail in long bars. Every time I passed a cluster of trunks, I felt something watching from the dark between them, waiting for me to glance over so it could copy the angle of my head. Hours later, the timber thinned, and the terrain opened into lower slopes, where the snow was wind-scoured and patchy. I could see the line of the valley now. I could see the direction out. That's when the psychological part hit hardest. My hands cramped on my pole grips. My jaw ached from clenching. My mind started playing tricks with silhouettes. Stumps looked like shoulders. Boulders looked like crouched bodies. I kept blinking hard, trying to reset my vision, but the idea of the figure had gotten inside my pattern recognition like a parasite. Near the last mile, I stopped beside a stand of pines and forced myself to drink. My fingers fumbled the bottle cap. I dropped it once, watched it vanish into a shallow drift, and my breath went sharp with sudden irrational anger, as if the mountain had stolen it on purpose. I found it and drank anyway. Then I made myself do one last thing, the thing you shouldn't do in scary stories, but the thing my brain needed. I turned around and looked back up the trail. The woods were still. No movement, no shape, just snow and trees, and my own trench winding away. For a moment, relief washed through me so strongly my knees went soft. Then, between 2 trunks far up the line, just where shadow still pooled, I saw a thin vertical darkening, like the beginning of an outline. It didn't step out. It didn't wave. It simply stood there, barely there, like the forest had learned how to hold my shape. I didn't wait to see more. I walked out to the trailhead on legs that felt borrowed. The parking area was empty. My truck was crusted with frost, ordinary and blessedly dumb. I threw my pack in the bed and climbed into the cab, locking the doors before I even sat fully down. When the engine turned over, the sound was so normal it almost made me cry. Heat began to creep from the vents. My hands shook on the steering wheel. I stared at the tree line beyond the lot. Nothing moved. I backed out anyway, tires crunching. I didn't stop driving until I hit a road with other cars, other people, other proofs that the world was still the world. That night at home, I unpacked my gear on the garage floor. I tried to put everything back the way it belonged, like restoring order could undo what had happened. I lined up my socks. I stacked my bars. I nested my cook kit. Halfway through, I realized I was doing it the same way the tent had been left, by size, by symmetry, by neatness that felt too intentional. I stopped and sat back on my heels, staring at the arrangement, heart thudding, because for a second, just a second, I couldn't remember if I'd done it, or if I was only copying what had been shown to me. And in the quiet of my garage, with the heater humming inside the house and the winter stars hidden by city light, I thought I heard something faint beyond the door. Not footsteps, not wind. A soft, patient, exhausted sound like a child trying not to be too loud. Crying, right outside, matching the rhythm of my breathing like it had followed me all the way home. Waiting for me to look up. Waiting for me to raise my hand first. Waiting for me to realize I never really left the basin at all, and that something out there learned me so well it could wear me like a mask. Now,